Huh?
Try speaking.
I don't know what the problem is. Hello?
There we go.
Hello.
It's you. You're the problem.
Looking good, mate.
Except it's Rose coming in. Are you in, Rose?
I'm in. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, dude.
Yep.
Nice.
Loud and fucking
It's occurred to me, but I'll move this.
Turn off my music.
Looks like we're looking into a bag of holding.
Oh, yeah. He's getting it figured out.
Looking into a bag of dicks.
A bag of dicks.
Dude,
Bag of dicks.
you see what Antonio Brown is in trouble for now?
Nah.
Dude, apparently he's staying at some hotel in Abu Dhabi or something like that, and he was like naked in the pool and shoving his ass in some woman's face, then like grabbing his dick and like whipping it around and asking if she wants some. And
What the fuck?
oh yeah, no, the guy's just off his rocker. I mean, he's just nuts.
What a fucking creep.
Apparently, he hasn't heard of the Me Too movement.
Dude, he's all about me too. Me. He's in the me movement.
Me and me and me.
I'm gonna Pat. I'm just gonna move that over there when the time comes. So we got a couple of miniatures here for you guys that probably don't look at all like you guys. So we can get close to getting started here. So here's what I want to mention real quick. So I texted you guys the. Can you guys both hear me?
Yep.
Okay. The kind of the rundown. I'm just going to kind of get started because where the adventure begins is that you left the town and you're in the middle of escorting the caravan. So do you guys have any questions about anything just before we begin?
No.
I do not, my friend.
Okay.
Hey, Rose, what race is your character?
Yeah, you could probably use a drow. You're not going to have
Drow?
any shed archai, I don't think.
And what about you, Roy?
He's a half orc.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a half.
Oh no, did you see?
I did, but
Oh, okay. You might have something better.
see if you got something better.
I have short swords.
I
Ginsus.
have books of learning.
Books of burning spells.
The other thing worth mentioning is obviously since I'm really going to try. It would be great if we could finish it tonight. So I mean, there's no super deep story here. Obviously, some of the stuff will just seem like it's going by pretty quick, but we'll get to the meat.
I shall roll when told.
All right. Did you guys meet? What was it? Herbert. Did you guys meet Herbert?
Yes, my owl, my familiar.
We got an owl in the party.
Hello, but
Very nice. But maybe you can be of assistance for us.
Herbert will be of great assistance. Hello, Herbert.
Yeah.
Can you see the? Oh, I guess I can see.
Yeah, can you put them up in your hand or something close to the camera? Oh, you're
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna try to do, Ro. And then we're probably not gonna do too much better than this as far as the minis.
All right.
It's all right, man. You can use frickin' quarters or thumbtacks or Monopoly figures. It's all good.
So this will be Gregor here.
Let me see, Mr. Gregor.
Gregor Clegane.
This would be
The mountain.
Gregor.
You will be the mountain.
That'd be your drow-ish elf. Belch. So let's see if I can kind of put these up. Unless I just want to see what you want to do. You want to get the map? Out yet, or are you gonna?
Oh yeah, well, there's some stuff that
Kinda do
goes on.
some stuff here.
Yeah, I mean, like some of this is theater of the mind, obviously. So, okay. So, give us just 2 more minutes here, and we'll get rolling.
Do we have music? I demand music.
Oh, we're gonna have music, bro.
I demand music.
All right.
So much music.
Bring him a little closer. There you go. There you go.
She's going the distance.
Clegger's got
She's
all the
going
full
for
helm and everything.
speed.
Well, I don't have plates, but got splint.
Nice. You're the
Gregor, man.
walking, the man of metal.
Oh, so this nymph is my half orc.
No, I don't think I have a half orc, dude.
I was gonna say she's looking
Especially a
a little
chick one.
lacking clothes.
Hold on, man. Actually, I do.
She ain't walking around like some tramp.
That half orc.
There. You know what, dude?
Get an ugly
Actually,
half
do.
orc up there.
Yeah,
Fugly.
throw in some work. I don't care.
Fugly face.
Are there any females in that thing that aren't naked?
Actually, I do have something, man.
Are you offended, Roy? Come
I
on
am.
now.
I
Shut
am,
up.
man. I don't need you leering at me. I'm a woman of learning.
Man. Why'd you pick it?
I expect to be treated with more respect. Oh, is that her?
Fuck
Oh,
you.
Yeah, she's
There you
good
go,
looking.
dude.
Yeah, that's what exactly what she looks like, man.
Give me a
Just-
book to read. I want to read a book.
Seriously,
Look
man.
at that chick, man.
She's like fucking
mean and nasty.
255 pounds of pure muscle and wearing a loincloth and
Hey,
a skimpy ass top.
spin my
Sword
guy
in
a
her
little
hand.
bit towards that ugly half orc there.
Look at how
Other
ugly
way, other
she
way,
is.
other way.
Right.
Okay, I got you.
She ain't easy on the eyes.
No.
Shit.
Look at her, man. It looks like you put her on like a water bottle lid.
Gregor's the only one that could manhandle
Alright.
her, man. He fucking.
Hey, man, how can I minimize this? It's not.
Oh, here. You know what? I think here.
Did you
I
full
got it.
screen it or something?
Yeah. Oh. I'm looking at the mini. That's pretty fun.
Look at her. Give me some clothes.
Shit. Hey, buddy.
Hey, come here.
Excuse me, sir. I'm not a sir.
I'm not a sir, you dumbass.
Look at me. I must cover my eyes. She's so ugly.
You're just like, I can't tell if like you're like rubbing your forehead in that shot. Like, oh, I can't believe what I've just seen.
She's so ugly. I cannot look upon her.
Give us a kiss.
So, we're gonna be hearing any of this tonight?
I hope. Other side.
She looks like she's ready to punch through somebody's chest with her blade.
She looks like one of those cartoon characters in that movie, The Croods. The fucking cave woman.
What's the the weird looking monster guy in the Goonies?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hey you guys.
That's totally your old man.
That's your old man. That's your. He's that half orc from the Goonies is your character's dad.
Like, hey, Dad.
All right,
I agree,
guys.
Dad. It is a pleasant day.
I don't think that thing had that dude had a name even. It was just I don't know, man.
Yeah, it was like fucking
Fucking clown.
yeah, fucking conehead. I don't know. That guy was weird. looking.
Conehead.
Okay.
It's funny because at work, this guy, he like once a week he wears a T-shirt. It's a Goonies T-shirt.
Got the classics.
Oh, light on the situation.
All right, can you get me a different guy? A little more sneaky.
You don't like him, man? He's very elegant looking.
That's like this, like probably the sneakiest guy I have. I'll try to
I
find
got a pirate. I'm more pirate background.
Pirate fella.
He's fucking demanding as hell, man.
Yeah, no kidding, man.
Come on, man.
Just
You guys
start
got
demanding things.
tons of them.
Look at my character, man. What are you complaining about?
I can't even see my character's face.
Yeah, you can see more than my face. You can see it all.
You are, you are ugly. You look like, I don't know what the fuck you look like.
I mean,
You're like a Neanderthal.
it looks
The
like I look
missing
like
link.
I look like your average Iowa farm girl, to tell you the truth.
Are you the Iowa
like our-
Hawkeyes cheerleader right now?
We like our wrestling here.
I'll wrestle you for that last piece
I'll
of
wrestle
chicken.
you for that last drink.
Oh.
Oh.
No, don't let it happen.
Here, Rose, this is actually live to this one.
Nice.
Cool, actually. It doesn't have a fucking pirate hat on.
Hey,
That's perfect.
That's a
Absolutely
swashbuckling fellow.
Yes. Very good.
Oh, that's very appropriate. I guess I'm not gonna get any better than this, am I?
Hey, man.
I guess this is the top of the food chain for me right here.
You picked the half-orc bitch, man. It's your fault.
I guess so.
Oh,
I
that's
don't have a better-looking half-orc unless you want to go with this.
Oh, yeah,
little Pamela Anderson.
yeah, that's totally her, all right.
Pamela Anderson. That's
I
a
mean,
hot half-orc, man.
Her charisma's like 8. She don't look like that. Look at that. Get out of here, you tramp.
Look at that. Look at this fucking.
I'll take your
total
girlfriend
fucking
now.
fucking-
Yes. Well, all right. You can get going, Liam. I'm listening here.
Okay, so I'll start it up, guys. Okay. Oh, actually, one second. Let me get my stuff back up. 1 second. Okay. So, you guys met in an area called Cormyr in Central Faerun, and you answered the notary appeal of Lord Alarun, and you will be paid 1,500 gold, seeing the safe arrival of a caravan, which you are to bring to Rogworst Keep, 200 miles from here. The journey will take 4 days. Everything must be accounted for, else you will receive only a portion of the payment. This is what you have agreed to. You are to meet Lord Tarnruth's emissary at Rogworst Keep. And the adventure picks up where you're about a day's worth into the trip. This is a pretty remote land. It's grasslands, and there's not a lot of monstrous creatures or even a lot of wildlife around here. Your first day, you were going down the main road, and you just passed other caravans, a couple carriages, farmers on horseback, and people just using the trail as a thoroughfare, which is what it is. And what you noticed on the first day, as you began your journey, actually noticed it right when you began your journey, is one of the wagons is absolutely putrid smelling. It smells just disgusting, and the reason for that is because it's filled with animal hides and like untanned leather. There's other things on the caravan, such as barrels of like food, pickles, and fermented foods, but the one wagon just smells so bad. It literally smells like a zoo. It smells almost like a carcass. And you just notice that it's just filled with those types of materials that are giving off this smell. And each wagon is big. There's 6 horses that are pulling it, and you have each your own horses. Or I'm sorry, there's 2 additional horses, and one of you has to man the caravan and whip the horses as they go, and you guys you go back and forth, sitting on the main seat as the caravan moves along. And on your first day, you notice that the caravan is actually attracting some wild animals. You've seen some coyotes that have come, kind of come up looking at you as you go by, and you can tell that they're sniffing in the air. And you look above, and you actually see circling birds of prey that are just circling over you as well. And you know that that's because of the smell that the caravan is giving off. So you're traveling, and let me get some music going here. And, again, nothing really too eventful is going on. Just moving along the road and passing people by. And as you reach the end of the first day, you make camp. Again, nothing goes on. You're just camping. It's quiet. Get up the next day, head your way again. And as you're on your second day, you notice the birds of prey again above you, looking up. Like, oh, man, this thing smells so bad. And as you continue on about another couple more hours, I'd like for you to decide who's doing what right now. There has to be someone manning the front wagon, and there's going to be two of you on horseback on either side. So who's at this moment on day 2? Who's doing what?
I'm gonna be on horseback. And in Gray Mist, generally speaking, she's always got a book in her hand. So she's on horseback, and she's sort of paying attention to the road. She's sort of reading her book, and
So she's just on horseback.
yeah.
Okay. So Gregor and Ruatha, which of you are manning the?
You want me to? I can do it. Ruatha will man the horses on the carriage or wagon, and he will have his trusty crossbow, loaded next to him, and at times he'll let the horses kind of go on their way, and he'll just take some practice shots at stuff he sees in the dark, but
Okay.
picking it up and aiming it once in a while, setting it back down, sure the horses stay on track.
Okay, so you have a bow or a crossbow?
Crossbow.
Crossbow. So I pull my crossbow out too.
And you have a crossbow.
I have a light crossbow though. I'm assuming that's what Ruatha has too.
I have a hand crossbow.
So I kind of just, what's that you got there? Is that a little pea shooter?
Yeah, it's great for close quarters combat.
Can you guys hear the music?
No.
No.
Mm-mm. Can you, Rose?
I don't hear any music, no.
It's probably kind of tough trying to come through the mic, you know?
You almost kind of have to set up like a clean feed thing for music, dude, for people to hear it through their headphones.
Okay. So you still don't hear it, huh?
Nope.
Still don't?
Mm-mm. I mean, I could just fire up my own music, you know.
Trying to figure this out. Sorry, one second.
It's this microphone that it hears. Let me test it for you. Do I sound louder now?
No, you actually sound further away.
Yeah,
Now
you
that
kind of sound like
while you were talking about it, you were hard to hear you.
It's the phone. Yeah.
it sounds like you're talking from underneath a pillow or something.
Okay. The audio is kind of important. Let me make one adjustment, guys. Sorry.
Not so good now.
Technology.
It's really, we barely hear you.
Give us a sec while we diagnose the audio.
That's right. I'm gonna take a leak.
Can you hear now?
No, I can't. I hear something that sounds like static.
You heard it well enough before. So when I speak, do I sound pretty clear?
No, you sound like you're speaking from underneath a pillow.
Underneath a pillow.
Yeah, it's like you're underneath the deep sea or something.
I don't sound any better now. It's definitely this microphone. It's my tablet.
Yes, everything sounds totally muffled.
Well, all the
I mean, the problem is if you're only using one mic, you're going to have a tough time, playing the music and us being able to hear you at the same time. I mean, we could always just bring up tabletop audio on our end and just play music for ourselves,
I play music when we're doing all the time. I don't know if you guys can hear the music when I play it though. It's usually just background stuff. Is it any better now? Roy, the mic?
I can barely hear some music. I mean,
well, we're not playing music at all right now.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess it's in my head then.
Just our voices.
It sounds good now.
Your voices sound
really
good.
right now.
Don't worry about the music. I'll just pull a tabletop audio or something.
Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, unless you want to play it through the Bluetooth speaker, maybe.
See. Okay, let me try one other thing then. And then we'll just move forward.
What have I got here? How about Village of the Damned?
Village of the Damned.
Or you could just send them the YouTube channel you're listening to, and they can listen to it that way.
Yeah, that would work.
That's
okay.
That's kind of the way I do it sometimes. I just, you know what I mean? Just send you clowns the link.
Yeah, that'll work.
Okay, all right, I'll do that. So here's the current clip.
You send it in a.
I just texted it to you guys. Do you want me to send it in an email?
Yeah, do it in an email. That'd be easier.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't paste that. Well, I mean, I could copy it and email it to myself.
Yeah, you could probably play on this end.
I think though my phone probably won't last.
Okay. Well, email it to me also, and then I can play it through my iPad.
Okay, 1 second, guys. We're gonna try just a couple more things. Sorry.
You guys could play it off of somebody's radio, and then whoever's playing it, or not radio, PC or device, could also set up a clean feed, and then we could log into it. You just have to send us that, and then you could play it off of, it would stream it, and at the same time you could listen to it off of your phone or device.
Well, let's
The YouTube thing works too, though. That's definitely a good
Yeah,
idea.
well, they'll just play it, just for tonight, because otherwise, this is gonna.
yeah, let's see if
That's something we should work on, though.
Yeah.
For purposes of, because when you guys do with
So,
Fantasy Ground and stuff, obviously it's a lot different.
Right, but you guys can do the same thing. So next time, I'll send you how to do a clean feed. It's super easy. All you gotta do is send out emails for it. It's really simple.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool, Rose. We'll see if this works for you guys.
Well, I don't know if I'll be able to hear it though. We can try.
I can kind of hear it now.
Yeah.
It's better.
Yeah,
Good.
absolutely.
Okay.
Good.
All right, great. So we got that going.
All right, so we're all settled in. McGregor's riding. I'm pulling the horses along, kind of.
Yeah. So okay, here we go. So you're moving along. Ruatha, you're up front.
Yeah, I'm on the wagon.
As you're riding, just out of nowhere comes swooping down an eagle, and it just takes 2 sacks out of the main wagon that stinks, and it grabs them and starts to fly off, and it's moving very quickly. What do you do?
Shoot at it.
You shoot at it. Please shoot at it. You pick up your crossbow, and it's already about 30 feet away. You guys were totally surprised and taken off guard by this. You didn't hear it at all, and it came in so fast.
All right, that's just at the bare minimum of my range for my hand crossbow. I can anything further than that, I'll have disadvantage.
Well, it's only in your first try. It's only about 30 feet from you.
Okay, then can I take a shot at it?
You can take a shot at it because you basically said that you had you were almost ready with your crossbow.
Yeah, because I'm worried that people are going to steal this stuff.
So
I didn't expect an eagle, though.
You should swoop down and grab 2 big bags. So go ahead and take a shot at it.
Man, how big is this eagle?
The wingspan, dude, is about 15 feet across.
Jeez.
And you guys, when it swooped in, you didn't hear anything. You swooped in, and
I completely miss.
What'd you roll?
A 1.
Okay, so now it's about roughly 80 to 100 feet away, flying off with 2 bags.
Gregor, you gotta fucking take that thing down, dude.
I can try taking a shot, but I'm 80 feet is my normal range with a light.
I got a firebolt I can hit it with. That's 120 feet.
Whatever you think you got to do.
I'll fire.
You each can take a shot at it.
Okay, you want to go ahead, Gregor?
Yeah. Let me see. Jeez, dude. Like, I'm looking at my Beyond sheet. Let's see where I can roll on my sheet.
You got to equip it in your inventory. You got to make sure that red box is correct next to the item in inventory.
Or you should just be able to roll where it says to hit.
Let me see here. I got it. No, I got it equipped.
Yeah. So
under actions. Do you have bolts?
Or maybe I got to go to attack.
Should just be under the actions tab under all.
Yeah, you know what I mean, dude?
Yeah, why is that doing that? Yeah, he can't.
Do you have bolts?
Yeah, I equipped the bolts.
You equip the bolts? You equip the crossbow in your inventory?
Yeah.
I'll hit F5. Just refresh it. See if that's.
Yeah, refresh and try it.
I mean, I've got a light crossbow and mine's equipped.
Yeah, let me see.
You know, short of that, manage your inventory, remove it, and then add it again. You know. Because you know, you don't have it stuck in a backpack, do you?
I think so. Well, like not even my sword can
Let
I
me see.
like attack with.
Did you do the refresh yet?
I'm just gonna X out of Beyond because I'm playing off my iPad.
Oh.
So let me relog into Beyond here real quick.
Log it in, friend.
Are you gonna take a shot there, Grey Mist?
Yeah. So I look up from my book and I look at this eagle. I'm like, huh, that's interesting. And with let's see here. With a couple eldritch words and a few moves of my right hand, I fire off a firebolt at it.
And what's the range?
120 feet.
Okay, yeah, you can just get it off, and you might be able to hit him.
I rolled a 24.
You rolled pretty damn good.
Okay, now tell me the damage.
Damage is 7.
And what is your range of your crossbow? Okay.
Well, it's 80 and at disadvantage up to 300.
Okay, so you hit it, Roy, but it did not drop it.
Man, is that thing burning?
So it's flying. It took some damage and it went, but it's still flying. And Gregor can take one last shot at it.
It's still not coming up.
Come on, Gregor.
I might do it the old school way, man.
Just roll some dice, man.
Google attack action not showing.
Gregory McLean.
I'm just wondering, maybe I don't have something set up right on Beyond. I don't know.
I don't know why that would be. I mean, pull it beyond on your iPhone. See if that works.
My iPhone's being used as the.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, wait.
let me. I'm just gonna pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up on
Oh wait,
my
hold on.
iPhone. And
Forget
see if
it.
works.
I had a setting that was not allowing me to do it.
There you go. Okay.
So here we go.
Go for it. Do it.
How do I do disadvantage on Beyond though?
You
You right
hold
click.
down on it, or
Okay.
right click or hold down on
Yeah,
it.
I guess you'd hold down on it.
Because I'm playing on my.
Sure, you got disadvantage. Does he have
Oh, there we go.
disadvantage on
Disadvantage.
Spencer?
There we go.
Yeah, well, it would be disadvantage over his initial range.
Let's see if I thought I did it. Disadvantage. Roll.
Roll your dice, Gregor Clegane.
Man,
Clegane.
fucking
I'm
A.
gonna tongue twisting that. Clegane.
Yeah, it's hard to say it.
Clegane.
Clegane. The mountain.
The mountain. Oh, the Misty Mountain Hop.
Good.
Actually, I've never used Beyond as a character before.
So,
Which is-
how old is he?
Time to learn.
Make sure you got it fully opened up so it has all your actions and stuff listed on there. Otherwise, you're
Well,
not gonna.
how old is the iPad?
I mean, the iPad's
Several
pretty.
years
It's
old.
pretty old, but
Have you ever rolled dice on it before?
yeah, I think it's worked before.
I couldn't roll. I have a really old iPad and I can't put
It
D&D
will
Beyond
not.
on it.
The motion is complicated on here. It's a system drainer. So if you don't have a newer iPad, it might not work.
I mean, you should be able to just like hold your finger down on whatever you're trying to roll, and then just click advantage and roll. I just did that from my iPhone, so
I'm pretty sure, dude. That's because your iPad is.
Because that would roll when I click like that, right?
Your iPad is too.
Yeah. You probably gotta do it on your phone, dude.
Well, guess what? I'm gonna
Damn,
do it.
so-
I'm gonna do it on my own here. You guys won't
Do it
get
old school. We'll trust
But
you.
I'll tell you.
That's fine. That's fine. Just have
It's all,
Rye
it's all
confirm,
good,
man.
man.
All right, so disadvantage. I do get +4 to hit with this thing.
Okay.
The low score is a 13.
And you hit it just barely.
Fucking.
So Gregor.
And I do 1d8 +1.
Okay.
So I do 6.
So it doesn't kill it, but man, you just got it Just enough because it has armor class 13
So
actually.
drop them bags.
Yeah. So the eagle.
Oh wait, there's my dice.
Hey, there they are.
Hey,
There's your
man.
dice.
Oh, it rolled. Yeah, it's gonna roll
You-
like 10
you
minutes.
Dude, I
won.
rolled them like 5 minutes ago.
You're the
So-
winner. It finally came through.
And it drops the bags.
Oh man, those
So
bags.
you guys go and retrieve it. Good job. You go and retrieve the two stinky sacks. And
I-
sure enough, they were filled with leathery tannery hides, which the bird thought was.
Is there a way to secure the top of this thing so we don't have any more of these distractions?
Secure the top.
Yeah, like make some sort of cage, like kind of cage it or put a top over it.
So no, well, you have to tell me what you have in your inventory because on each wagon it's stacked pretty high.
All right.
You would have
we
done
don't
that.
have anything.
Yeah, there were no tarps covering this. Everything is packed in there pretty tightly. But the wagon with the skins and everything, it's all just kind of piled up in there.
I sort of scrunched my nose and it's kind of like, I almost wondered it'd be better off if it took them with them. Yeah.
All right. Well, so you continue on. You put the bags back. You go and retrieve them. They're about 300 feet away, and you bring them back. And it's now the end of day 2, and again you make camp. Nothing happens. You sleep the night. The horses were rustled by a couple of sounds, nothing big, and into day 3 now. And you're moving along with the caravan, and as you are, you suddenly hear and one of the wagons, the second one, front right wheel breaks and stops the caravan in its tracks. And you look at the wagon, and the front right wheel has just been shattered, and you don't know what to do. There's a rod that holds the two wheels together, underneath, and it's just a broken wheel, and it's sitting in the dirt, and it stopped the caravan. What do you do?
Take a look at this, boys. We got a problem.
I sort of look at you guys. I'm like, in case you can't tell, I'm not much good with mechanical things. I can tell you about the history of wagons.
So I go over and I try to lift it. Come on, let's fucking fix this thing.
All right, and I'll grab the wheel and I'll try to push it back on where it's supposed to go.
The wheel
Or
is
is it-
shattered.
Oh,
It's a wooden wheel. It's a pretty big wood. Well, it's actually like a. It has a metal rim, but the wood and the part of the metal just collapsed, and it's in pieces.
How did
do
that
we have any
thing
spares? Are there any spare wheels?
There's
break? Do we
no.
know why this thing shattered? Did it just roll over a rock, or
You assume that it was just wear of being on the road for 2.5 days with this thing, going over bumps, and
Are there other people in the caravan? It's just us.
it's just us? Oh, okay. For some reason I thought other people were along.
no, it's just you guys bringing the goods.
So I looked at Gray Mist. And, what happened? I thought you were supposed to take care of things like this.
What? What do I? Look at me. Here I have my spell book. Shall I try to cast a spell to fix the wagon?
Yes. Please do.
I don't think I have anything that does that.
So-
I can try to kill it.
You don't have any magic.
Mend it? Is there a way to mend this?
So
I'm like, Herbert, do you know how to fix a wagon wheel? And Herbert shakes his head. I'm like, no, Herbert can't help either.
think this through now. So the wheel's broken, you can't move, and what would you do in this situation? You're pretty kind of desperate. Like, you don't have options. You don't have magic. You don't have necessarily tools that can do. What?
Is it just one? We just have one wagon.
No, there's 4 wagons.
4 total wagons.
Yeah, they're all tied with chains, and there's 6 horses pulling.
is there room in the other wagon we can shift some of this stuff over?
Yeah, that's that's
Yeah.
what I would suggest. If we got to abandon one of the wagons,
So,
maybe we can.
Grey Mist, give me a give me a investigation roll.
Okay. I investigate, and I roll a whopping 10.
Okay. So I'm just going to say you would have done this anyway. So you say to the party, perhaps there's something in the wagons that will help us, something in these within these goods. And you look at the goods. You're looking into the wagon, and you see there's several barrels. They're large barrels. They're filled with fermented goods, pickles, different things like that. They're pretty big. They're big barrels. So you're intrigued by this.
Great. Grey Mist kind of looks up from her book, and she's like, "Perhaps pickles could help us."
Pickles. I love pickles.
No, I have an idea. Maybe we could break apart one of these barrels and perhaps fashion a wheel with it. Are any of you good with tools?
And then it occurs to you the barrels have tops, and they can be removed. They are, of course, circular.
Are
And you
you
look
fellows familiar with the concept of creating a wheel?
and you also find in the same wagon a wooden box filled with crude nails.
I do have a hammer. I do have a hammer, my friend.
There you go.
Hammer.
So you have a hammer, nails, and you have several round barrel tops.
Well, let's fasten those barrel tops to the axle then.
Yes, get to work, lads. Chop chop.
So what you have to do is you have to nail two barrel tops together, which you do, and you bend the nails on the other side, and you lift it up, and you're like, this is how big it is. I mean, it's as big as almost the size of the original wheel. You have it fastened together, and then you use your daggers to cut a little hole just big enough in the center to go onto the rod. But now you need to figure out how to keep it from slipping off. And when you put the wheel, you have to remove contents from the wagon. Grey Mist and Ruatha are able to lift it. Gregor is able to slip the wheel onto the rod, and it stops at a little metal stopper. And it occurs to Gregor that he's going to have to hammer the end of the metal to mushroom it out so that it will keep the wheel from falling off. So Gregor takes the hammer, and here's what I need. I'm going to give you 5 DC 14 strength checks to hammer the wheel. 3 must succeed.
How many? 5?
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't have told you the DC 15, but anyway.
Wait, DC 5?
I say, McGregor, you probably got good athletics.
So Gregor takes the hammer, which is basically a mallet. I mean, that's what it is. It's not like a modern day hammer. It's just a big mallet. And you start hitting it as hard as you can with this.
While these guys are holding it still?
Well, you've got it on there now.
Oh, okay.
And it's on there, but you need to hammer it to mushroom out the metal so that it won't fall off.
So strength
So give me
an athletics?
I'm sorry, an athletics.
Athletics skill check?
Athletics skill check.
Okay. So I can fucking pick up this hammer.
So he hits it.
And it's got to be a 15?
Well, it's a DC 14 athletics check.
That's a 14 exactly.
So you're hitting it, and you begin to see it mushroom, but it's not mushroomed up enough.
Man, I'm gonna mushroom this fucking thing.
Mushroom it again.
Mushroom it,
Gregor. That's a 16.
Oh, it's mushrooming out nice.
I get a +6 on athletics, man. So
yep.
I'm pretty good at it. That's a 13.
So you're struggling.
Make sure Make sure you hit it squarely there,
That's a
McGregor.
9.
Oh no! The last try for McGregor. He's struggling. He's there's a beads of sweat on his forehead, and he's
Ru-
Yeah, the first two I kind of hit.
Ruatha, can you aid him?
Don't break it.
And
Aid
here we
him,
go.
Ruatha. I'm not very strong.
And nobody can give me any kind of.
I will aid him. I will tell him where to hit it exactly. Right here.
Yes, use your
So
sharp
he's
vision
pounding it.
to help him
He's
plant a
like
blow.
cursing his sweat.
Oh, it's an 18.
And
Hey!
and he looks at it, and it's flat and mushroomed it out pretty nicely, and it's very secure. Nice job. Okay.
So I totally give Ruatha like the bro hug, man, like the fucking shake with the bro hug.
Hey, it's quite simple, wasn't it? Once you knew where to hit it, you hit it right on the head.
All right. Nice
I hit it
job,
right
Gregor.
square.
Okay. So you load the goods back up into the wagon and on your way again, and you are now you're nearing the end of your journey. And as you continue on down the path, you come to a fork in the road, and there's a sign that says Whispering Trail, and you know that is where you need to turn. You are now on the Whispering Trail, and you are traveling towards the far sea marshes. The terrain begins to change quite a bit, and there's more vegetation and plants. You see ferns and other things, and it's starting to become more marsh-like in the landscape. And you figure you're probably about 50 miles from your destination, and it's closing in on nightfall. It's autumn time. It's about 50 degrees, nice and cool. And you are traveling along this road. The road gets more narrow, and there's marshy swamps now on either side of the trail. And you are kind of starting to think about rest for this last night. As I say, you've got maybe 40, 50 miles left, but you're pretty tired. And as you continue on, you come into kind of an area of woodland of marshy trees, and you see some smoke coming up through the trees ahead of you. You don't see any people, but you assume it's coming from a fire. Anything you want to do as you continue towards where this fire is coming from?
Could I use like, a history check to see if I know if there's a nearby settlement or a village or a hamlet or whether there's no settlement anywhere around there?
Yeah, no. So you see nothing at all except trees and swampy land, kind of like almost like bogs. Although the area is very beautiful. It's not grotesque like marsh. It's very beautiful marsh. But you don't believe there's any towns, villages, or anything around here. You assume it's coming from probably a camp. Someone has made camp.
I say, fellows, maybe I should send Herbert up to survey the situation ahead.
What is
Splendid idea.
Herbert, what say you? Herbert nods his head in his excitement.
Can you see that? Can you see that?
He's showing a picture on his phone.
Hang it. Hold on.
It's in the screen.
You guys see that?
No, I don't. I only see us in front of the barrels and
No, it's probably.
Oh yeah, I can kind of see it. Oh, now it went away. Oh, now everything went away. What happened? Okay, yeah, I sort of see a nature scene and swampy mangrove trees or
It
whatever.
was too close.
Here,
Let it,
Oh.
okay. I can see that now.
you can see it.
Yep.
Great.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
Roy, you see it?
Yeah. I
So
mean,
are those trees on fire or what? Is that
No,
fire?
it's just a beautiful marshland, and I'm just showing you what the area looks like.
Okay.
oh,
Gotcha.
okay.
Okay.
So Gramus, what are you going to do?
I was gonna send Herbert up to look around and survey the situation.
I bring the caravan to a halt with the horses.
Yeah, so
Oh.
you're about you're probably about 300 yards. You see the smoke up ahead on the right side of the trail, and it's at some distance. You just see the smoke coming up into the sky. So describe what you're going to do. So you're
Uh,
about 200 to 300 feet away from it. You think?
yeah, I mean, I can only see what Herbert sees within 100 feet of me. So I just basically tell Herbert, why don't you fly up, go overhead, and then come back and tell me what you see.
Okay. So Herbert flies. A minute or so passes, and you see Herbert flying back to you. He lands on your shoulder. Now, what does it speak to you, or what is?
I can speak with it telepathically.
Okay, so it tells you that there's a camp with 2 tents and 3 women are there. He only saw 3 women, and he said, "I mean, do you need to ask it for specifics or anything? Like, is it gonna literally tell you like every detail?"
Yeah, I mean, Herbert
Whatever
will
it
say
spells
like,
out, right?
yeah, what the women look like, kind of the makeup of the camp. I'm sort of
And
asking Herbert's like, do they,
I'm going
are
to
they
say that
nymphs?
Herbert
Are they?
knows. I'm going to say that Herbert knows that there are three women and one looks strange. That's all he's able to tell you.
Okay.
But they're just kind of sitting in front of a campfire.
All right. Well, I relay this to the party.
Okay, what are you guys going to do?
Women.
They don't. I'll say this too.
Oh,
They
wait,
tell you that
calm down there, Greg.
he will tell you that they do not look threatening. In other words, they don't look like they're adventurers. They don't look like they're weapons necessarily.
Then let us. I suggest maybe we enter the campground peacefully with the caravan in tow. But be on your guard for trickery.
I should be prepared. I have my arcane grimoire in hand on my horse.
Is that what you're going to do? You're going to ride the caravan just up to it?
Yeah, I think
Unless you'd like
unless you
to,
guys, that's my
Ruatha.
suggestion.
Well, Ruatha, would you want to scout ahead to get a better idea than my owl can of what
I
character?
because
They
that's
might
a
they
good.
might take our load of smelly animal skins.
All right. I guess I could go try to stealthily go spy on them and then report back to the party.
Here, I'll use let me give you a little help, I think. Oh, I didn't memorize it. Silly me.
Okay, so Ruatha, you're going ahead and you're going to try to sneak in and get a view.
Yeah, I'm gonna sneak up. I'm not gonna get in anywhere near their campfire, but I want to be able to get close enough to see what they're like, and then come back with a little bit more details than the owl
Okay.
had.
Yeah, and
Okay.
in the meantime, I'm gonna cast mage armor on myself.
Okay.
So
Anything you want to do, Gregor?
Nope. I'm just going to sit back
Okay.
and wait. I'll say the last encounter I had with a woman didn't end very well. So
Were you gonna give me there, Gray Miss? Was there a?
well, I thought I was gonna be able to cast invisibility on you, but unfortunately, I do not have that prepared.
Oh,
So
Okay. So
perhaps in your
Ruatha,
books somewhere.
I'm just going to sit down on a log and just fucking sharpen my great sword.
Okay. So Gregor's just down on a log, and he's got the sharpening stone, And Gray Mist, you are just kind of waiting for Ruatha to come back.
Yeah, I'm gonna I'll go ahead and sit next to Gregor and maybe so this is at night, correct? Or are we still in
Well,
the
no, it's approaching night. It's like twilight.
Yep, I'm gonna look through my arcane grimoire and hum and haw over it or whatever. I'm sort of interested in what Gregor's doing, but I'm kind of reading. I'm always reading.
Okay, so Ruatha, you're able to actually get into a position where you can see into the camp, and you're still at a decent distance, and you don't have to roll a stealth check. You want to get even closer, but this is what you see. You see two tents, a campfire, and three women, and two of them look very similar. They look kind of like human women. They look a little grungy. They look, I would say, kind of plain, and but they look kind of normal. But you see a woman in the middle of them who's right in front of the fire, who's sitting down on a wooden stump, and she looks just hideous. She looks so weird, and I will show you what she looks like.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm outside.
Tell me when you get back.
She looks like a brown oak.
Actually, you know what, Rose? I'm gonna text this to you, okay?
So does she look like Courtney Love or something? You said grungy.
Courtney Love actually also looks like a brown oak. with her giant hairy bush.
Rose,
Courtney Love all coked out. And
Oh
fucking...
God! Yuck!
So I kind of elbow Gray Mist. I go, "What's with all the reading all the time? Why don't you swing a
All right,
sword?"
I'm back.
Real.
Sorry.
Yeah, books are knowledge, friend Gregor.
No.
They can tell you so much about the world. That tell you more than just cleaving your sword through an enemy's skull.
Rose, check your text message and you'll see what she looks like. Okay.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's ugly.
Or he's not there.
I'll swallow your soul.
Oh, that's right.
Yikes! All right. Yeah, that's fucking ugly, man.
So that's what you see. You're about I would say you're about 60 feet. They did not hear you, and you're hidden behind a large swampy tree. And what do you want to do?
Can I make a trap?
Make a trap?
Like some sort of trip wire that they could trip over if they come towards us.
Here's the thing. You see this weird, hideous woman, but you do not get the impression that you don't know what to make of it, but you're not necessarily threatened by any of it at the moment.
Okay.
She really just, from where you are, she kind of just looks like a pale, ugly old woman.
Okay.
And these two other younger women who look real grungy, they're just wearing tattered clothes, and one of them's carrying a crude staff, wooden staff.
They're not cooking human bodies in a cauldron or anything, are they?
No, but you do believe that maybe they're cooking something over the fire. It looks to you like there's something over the fire that they may be cooking.
All right, well, I will not let them know my presence and head back and tell them what exactly you just described.
Okay.
I'm still open to riding up and seeing what they do if we're prepared for them to attack us, or hold them back and just seeing if they ever hear us or trying to draw them to us. That's what I would think might be a plan or something to go with.
Okay. Well, Roy, I just texted you what she looks like because Ruatha just described her to you. So what are you going to do?
Hello. Oh man, look at her.
What are you going to do? Just tell me, describe kind of what your next move is here.
I defer to the other two. I'm like I'm not I haven't been out of the arcane quarters of the wizard towers in some time. What do you seem like capable fellows. What do you make of the situation? Oh, there she is. You put her on the screen.
Yeah, I just dragged her on there. Here she
Oh,
goes.
cool.
Oh, nice.
Wow, how'd you do
Yeah.
that?
So
That's
again,
crazy.
Ruatha, no weapons, crude clothing, and
Right.
they just they,
They,
they wouldn't. They don't look like they're people who would be prepared to fight anything.
all right, that's fine. I will mention that they don't appear to be aggressively dangerous.
And you're gonna
And I suggest that if we approach them warily with the caravan, we can't really leave the caravan out of our sight.
okay. So you start moving forward slowly, and you come closer and closer, and then you start to see them over on the right side within this little glade. And one of the skinny little younger women comes running out to the trail, and then she kind of goes running back to the camp. And as you get closer, they're all just sitting there. What the old wretched woman is sitting on the stump still, and the other two are next to her. They're just looking at you as you approach. And
Hey Roy, can you still see the our three characters figures?
Yes, I can. That's the view I've got. Oh, okay. Now it just changed. Now people are moving things and
Right. I
oh,
mean,
okay.
I see his video, but I don't see anything else. I don't see
No,
anything.
now I see the setup. Wow, that's pretty cool. Look at those trees. It'll probably come in a second.
okay. So the wretched old woman on the stump waves her hand for you to come towards her. And she kind of says, you hear her say, "Come, come towards me."
Oh, I'm sorry. What's her name, Mike?
What is her name?
Yeah, did you say? I thought you said I'm Thomas.
Oh no, no. She just says, she's waving her hand and say, "Come, adventurers, come toward me."
I'm gonna kind of hang back a little bit.
Give us your name. Why are three women all by themselves out in the middle of nowhere?
Inquisitive group. We mean you no harm. We're three helpless women. We offer you camp and food, and I perhaps can see your future. Come, rest by the fire.
I'm going to roll an insight check. I'm not sure if anybody else is good at reading it.
Nope, not me. I am not wise. I'm smart, but not wise.
I'm fairly wise. So, but I mean, not that good.
Don't be afraid. We won't hurt you.
So, I don't know shit.
So you get no sense of anything.
I get no sense of any. Matter of fact, I probably think the opposite.
And the other two women are standing next to her, and they just kind of have their arms clasped. They look quite innocent. I mean, they're very frail. They're definitely tattered and dirty.
Is Is
some
the old
food?
hag, is she tattered and dirty too, or
Well, she
cleaner?
yeah, she is.
Are you
Just
are you
itchy.
food for wolves? Do you need?
And you notice too that there are like 6 kebabs over the fire that she's roasting. Smell quite good.
So are they all kind of looking at us, even
Yes.
the other two?
Yes, they're all just looking at you.
I whisper to Ruatha, I'm like, I hope our future doesn't include food poisoning.
Perhaps we should eat our own food with them.
Nice. Capital idea.
You
But,
may rest in our camp if you wish.
Has there been any signs of trouble around here, good ladies of the night?
And only she's speaking. She says, "We've seen nothing in days. There's nothing here.
We must protect our caravan.
Caravan.
You are travelers, adventurers." And she looks at Ruatha, and she stands up, and she begins to slowly move closer. Although you're not threatened, she begins to kind of walk a little bit closer. And she stops and stares intensely at Ruatha, and she says, "Raven Queen."
Yes. I used to be in the service of the Raven Queen.
Come, sit by the fire. I will tell you tales.
I must remind you that I have forgotten my past, and I have been told by others that my race worships the Raven Queen, but I have no memory of serving her.
You explain too much, Shadakai.
I know nothing.
Might I interject? What are the three of you doing here, camped in the middle of nowhere in the woods? You say you've seen no one for days. Is this where you live?
We do. This is our homeland.
So I go up to the fire and I take the spit off with the stuff cooking on it, and I bite one of the whatever's on that fire.
Roast
Walk right
mutton.
up to their food and take it.
Oh man,
and
you
she,
just you just had a piece of hamstring, man.
Hey, McGregor, I could totally see McGregor doing that.
McGregor. Hey, McGregor.
Okay, so you do
Clegane.
that. You do that, and she looks at you.
What the hell?
And she just laughs at you, and she says, "Eat, rest. We won't harm you."
So I'm eating this, man. The grease is just pouring down my chin.
This all seems perfectly normal.
And then she kind of loosens up a little. She's waving you. She says, "Come sit. Sit. You worry too much. I understand. You encounter danger in your lives all of the time. But we are not dangerous. Come."
I go, yeah,
So
very great, miss. Have a bite here.
Gregor's just helping himself to their food, and she doesn't mind. And then the other witch comes. She goes by some sacks and stuff, and she has another loaded kebab, and she places it over the fire. At this point, you don't feel threatened by these creatures.
So I kind of try to give some of the gray mist. Yeah, eat it. Delicious.
So you're not threatened by them.
I see hands McGregor hands food to me. I say, no, I've got a Bit of an upset stomach. Probably something I had for breakfast. The marmalade must have been off.
Okay. So there's other stumps. Are you gonna sit down?
Yeah,
And
I'm going to
chill
sit
out,
down
or-
at a stump, but
Okay.
I'm going to sit in a stump where I'm kind of farthest away from them, but not so far away that like I'm 20 feet away.
Okay. So you're sitting down, and she says, "Welcome." She says, "I will tell your fortunes for a piece of gold. Let me see your hands." And she walks up to, let's say Ruatha is kind of closest to her by the fire.
Mm-hmm.
Show me your hands. She has her decrepit hands out, and she wants you to put her hands in your hands in hers.
I'll put my hand in your ice cold hands.
Yes, hold hands with her, Ruatha.
Yes, and she flips over your hands and looks at your palm. And she's looking at your palm. She says, "Yes, Raven Queen, you are not liked by many, are you, rogue?"
Yes.
And she walks over to Gregor. "Show me your hands."
His hands are covered with
So
grease.
I kind of wipe my mouth with my hand. And like, yeah, I got big fucking dirty hands.
Oh,
Dude.
big meat hooks.
He looks at your hands and starts tracing shapes on your palms and says, "Nobility. Yes. And you are casted out."
And I pull my hands away quickly.
Divine. You are divine, although you don't look it. And then she looks up at Grey Mist, and she kind of looks very strangely at you. She has one eyebrow raised and ugly, disgusting face, and she says, "Your hands."
I raised an eyebrow in return. All right then.
And
Look at
she
my
looks at
hands.
and she
She's a
looks at your
soothsayer.
and she looks at your hands and she says, "Druid. Yes, a woman of nature like us."
Oh yes,
Prince
I'm a
Merrill.
druid. You've got that right.
Yes. Come, sit by the fire. And you're all by the fire now, and um, Grey Mist, I'd like for you to give me a history roll, please.
Okay, I shall. Don't know much about history. 18.
So your intuition tells you that this is a soothsayer from the region, and you know that this region is populated with these pagan witches who are self-proclaimed fortune tellers and soothsayers, and you know that many people believe it to be superstition, but there are some who believe it to be true, that they can see the future. But you think that it's superstition. You think that what she thinks is that they don't really have this ability. Although
She called me a druid, so I would imagine that I'd think that her soothsaying
she
is
was
questionable.
incorrect about what you were.
Yeah.
However, she was not incorrect about Ruatha and Gregor. And you're sitting by the fire, and she lights. She has like a decanter. She pulls up a decanter, and it's got incense in it. And she's circling. She's moving it in a circular motion. And the other two younger witches kneel down beside her. And she says, "I will foretell your futures." And she begins to say a chant. She's kind of speaking in tongues.
Ooh. Can I recognize this with an Arcana check
Um,
or not? That's fine. I'm just
no,
okay.
you wouldn't know. It's basically kind of her own gibberish,
Okay.
and she begins to kind of move around in a circular motion like she's conducting a séance, right? And she begins to speak in common. Into the mystic, gather the spirits, bring them to me. Inherit my essence, unholy spirits. Through your eyes I'll see. Yes, come into me. And she begins to speak in tongues again, and she's moving around and gyrating. Suddenly, her eyes roll back into her head, and her eyes turn white. She says again, "Embrace the essence of the spirits. Heed their decree. I can see. I see it now." Her eyes are back, and you guys are kind of freaked out. Like you're just like, "What the hell?" She just looks like this ugly creature. Eyes are rolled back. I can see a warm hearth, creatures on the prowl, and one in chains, searching. Searching, there is confusion. She suddenly looks startled, and she begins to kind of speak much louder, almost shouting, "Searching!" And suddenly her arms reach up to the canopy of the trees, and her eyes are white, and she looks totally freakish. "Within the fires that feed you! Within the fires that feed you! Within the fires that feed you!" And her eyes come back to normal. And she's looking right into the fire. And an awkward smile comes onto her face. And she reaches out for a kebab and kind of chuckles. "Within the fires that feed you." And she takes one of the kebabs and she passes it to Ruatha, who's right next to her.
I don't want to eat it. Does she want me to eat it? She expecting me to eat this?
She's holding it out for you to eat.
Okay, well, that was very awkward and weird. So I kind of like nudge Gramus. I said, "Are you hungry?" After that,
No.
So you decline it, and she
like,
basically
as nicely as possible.
so she laughs again, and she just takes a bite of it herself. And she says, "You may make camp." And she gets up and goes into the tent. She goes into her own, and the other two witches go into the other tent.
That was a little
So
strange.
you assume they're just in for the night. You guys have this campfire in this camp. You do whatever you want.
So I
You
asked
want to tell
Gregor if he
you
feels
need.
differently after eating that meat.
He does not. It was delicious,
Okay.
and you are in need of rest, and you believe this is an ideal campsite. You don't feel particularly threatened by them, and you need rest.
Didn't she get like 10 feet tall with white eyes or something?
No, she didn't get 10 feet tall. She was
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would say, that we don't feel threatened, but Grey Mist feels kind of like, yeah, this
That was
isn't.
kind of creepy. I have to admit that was a little
Well,
creepy.
remember, you have a hunch of that this is just a soothsayer witch, a pagan witch,
All right.
practically harmless. I mean, you don't know a great deal about them, but you believe this is who she is.
But she was. I look at Gregor. I'm like, she was nattering on about unholy spirits.
I am going to cast my divine sense, it'll shoot out 60 feet, and it'll detect good and evil. So I can sense anything affected by the hollow spell or know the location of celestials, fiends, or undead within 60 feet of me. So you guys just see me kind of stand up, and I just kind of close my eyes, and I put my hand out. You just kind of feel like a slight wave kind of shoots off me.
So a little wave kind of shoots off of Gregor, encompasses that area, and you feel nothing.
Well, there's no evil here, boys. They're not
I would-
fiends or of any celestial.
Well, then I am quite hungry. I think I'll eat some of this meat then.
I'll say I'm not quite hungry. I would like to sit and cast a ritual detect magic.
Okay.
So that'll take about 10 minutes, but
Well, I'll eat upon this roast mutton then.
So yeah,
It
you.
is rather tasty.
So Ruatha's chowing down on some delicious kebabs that they left, and you cast detect magic and detect nothing.
okay. And I'm gonna pass on the kebabs. I'm gonna kind of run out my pack for just some hardtack or pemmican or beef jerky or something. And I'm a little. Grey Mist is a little suspicious of the meat on the fire and the weirdness and all that. So
Yeah. So you know it was a strange situation. You did not feel threatened by them, especially after all the things you've just done. You really aren't afraid of them. But you know you can do what you want. You can camp here, or you can continue on. You believe though that you haven't seen for quite a while any such glade, any locations that would really be suitable for rest because there's bogs on either side of the trail.
oh
But you can
yes.
continue on, or you can rest here for the night. But you're exhausted. You need rest.
I say to the other two is like there are worse places to camp. They've got a fire. Nevertheless, I don't think all of us should go to sleep at once. We probably ought to maintain watch.
Yes.
That's a good idea.
I can maintain my trance sleep.
So you go ahead and do that, and you know you guys take turns and you sleep through the night. The fire, you keep the fire going, and it's and in fact, the last person to sleep was who was on watch. You actually kind of fell asleep for a couple of hours, and you wake up to a few soft drops of rain hitting your face. And when you wake up, the tents are gone. And however, you see the witch with her back towards you, and she's looking out into the marshy woodland. And it's now morning, but the tents are gone, and the other two witches appear to be gone as well. And you just see her about 30 feet from you, looking out into the marshy woods. But it's the next day, and you've rested.
Come back here!
I blast her with magic missile.
She's not walking away. She's just standing, and she has her arms in her shawl, and she's just standing, her back towards you.
Do you want any breakfast?
She doesn't answer.
Rude.
Rude.
I'll walk up.
You walk up there.
Yeah, I walk up.
But Gregor,
Gregor, take it easy now.
What happened to the camp? Where are the other two? Why are you here by yourself?
And she doesn't turn her head. She's still looking the opposite direction. You're right behind her. She just kind of says softly, "So many questions."
sorry, Mike. It's hard to hear you.
Oh, sorry. I said, Gregor walks over, and she doesn't turn her back. She just still has her back to him.
Okay.
He says, "So many questions." And then she did a pause, and then she says, "There's a scent of blood on the wind. Death sows its way across the land of the innocent. Grelcock has struck again.
Well,
And she begins to walk away from you into the woods.
have any of us heard that name?
What was the name again? Ground?
She said,
Grelcuck?
Relcook?
How do you spell that, Mike?
Grellkuk.
Grelcuck. Grelcuck.
And she doesn't even look at you. She begins to slowly just walk away from you. Do you want me to read again what she said?
Who's this Relcook? Is it
And she-
man or is it beast?
And she stops. And she turns and looks at you. And she says, perhaps you are not the adventurers I thought you were. And she raises her hand, and from it is a powder, and she turns into a gaseous vapor instantly and floats up into the trees. And she's gone.
Damn magic. I just stopped by the party. I go, Grey Mist, what have you heard of this Relcook?
Sorry, I can't hear you very well.
I go, have you heard of Grelcook?
Can I do a history check or religion check to see if I've heard this name before?
Yeah, do a history check.
Okay. 13.
You have no idea.
Okay. No, it's not a name familiar to me. How about you, Herbert? No, Herbert doesn't know either.
Okay.
know.
While you're rested, they're gone.
How's the caravan? Everything in order?
Everything's in order. The fire's still there, but it's all kind of burned out. It's smoking.
Nobody's
Oh,
taking our stinky animal skins.
I say to Grey Mist, only you can prevent forest fires. Put that out.
And
Only I can start forest fires here.
and you figure that you're about 30 miles from your destination.
Well, I think we can all agree that was really, really weird.
Okay.
She thought I was a
We
druid.
must be careful for this Elgrog or whoever.
Okay, so you
She thought
assume you're
I
gonna
was a druid. What do you think
continue
that
on
means?
the trail towards your destination.
That is why I suggested you put the fire out.
Yeah, I guess we get going.
Anything you want to do before you leave this camp?
Put the fire out.
Okay, put the fire
Yeah,
out.
I like to. I mean, I think we should probably search around. I mean, the tents just disappeared. Everybody disappeared.
Are there any
They leaving anything
baubles?
behind? Yeah, any sort
Any
of
baubles or anything
any
that I can
weird
collect
sort of totems, or they're fortune teller types. So
They literally left nothing.
wow.
It was as if they were
Gypsies.
never even
They
there.
were gypsies.
Were there? I mean, are there like even any marks that the tents were even there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the fire's there. That you can tell. Yeah, there's foot.
Okay, so it's not like they were never there in the first place.
There's
Did not hallucinate, Grey Mist.
What they did is they just left early in the morning. The two witches left just before you woke up, and they were just so quiet that you didn't hear it.
Odd that on watch we would fall asleep
We're
near
not
the end.
Thing, are we? They didn't take anything of ours, did they?
Yeah, if they took some of these rotting animal skins, wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. But
And the tents were kind of they were where she was standing. They were a little bit far away from where you guys were sleeping. It's not like they were 5 feet from you.
But you weren't bunking with them.
So you're moving on?
Yeah, we'll get it moving, man. We got 30 miles to go.
Okay, so you continue on your journey, and another couple hours, and you start to see a small village come into view on the trail, and you arrive at another crossroads, and you see a single structure. It's a building, basically like an inn. It's a kind of like a house that kind of looks like an inn as well. And let me show it to you here. And you see several mounted men in armor outside this inn. And as you get closer and closer, you see an area to the left of this inn that is a large fenced-in area, almost like a corral. And you can see a lot of what look like supplies and different things that are covered in tarps. And these mounted men, who look kind of like guards to you, are in front of its entrance. This is just to the the west side of the inn, and the inn has a corral of its own alongside its building that's L-shaped, and it's filled with horses that are tied. And let me show you what it looks like real quick. Cool. And this is what you see. You guys see that?
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of a creepy looking inn.
Well, it's just it actually looks like quite a pleasant place, and there's a golden glow kind of coming out. It's kind of approaching twilight again. It's in the evening, and there's kind of some hustle and bustle. You believe that there's a lot of people in the inn, and as I say, there's two guards, and one of them waves you over. And you go towards sort of around the front towards this guard where this corral is. And he says, "You've arrived. Good. Come." You bring the caravan towards these guards. And he says, "Well met, adventurers. You've done a good deed for us. Thank you for delivering these goods." And he says that Lord Tarnruth will send an emissary. He's coming. He's on his way now. We will take care of the goods. The emissary, when they arrive, we will summon you. Please go into the inn and enjoy yourselves. We will see that you are well cared for. And you ride the corral over, and you get off the horses, and they start to dismantle it, and they're taking apart the wagons. And the guy comes out of the inn, and he looks like he's got an apron on, and he says, "Well met. Come." Opens the door, and like I said, you hear like people inside, and there's horses all around, and you believe it's potentially crowded in there. And the guards have welcomed you and have told you that when the emissary arrives, you'll be paid.
My God, some semblance of civilization around here, and
Yeah,
I can tell the two of you that I'm not a bit regretful of getting rid of our smelly cargo.
Yes.
So,
I think you need a drink there, Grey Mist, and Gregor, I know you for sure.
and the guy at the door who opened it up says, "Fresh braised lamb and plenty of ale. Come."
You wouldn't have a bit of wine behind the counter, would you?
Plenty of wine.
Oh, excellent,
Start
excellent.
stacking them, buddy.
This guy's basically like the proprietor, and he knows that you've delivered the caravan.
What's your name, sir?
I am Rufus.
Rufus.
Yes.
An
Come
excellent
here.
name.
I like it. I like it quite a lot.
Just so I know, do these guys have any kind of proof that they are with this Lord Tarnruth?
Do you want to ask them for proof?
Yeah, is there like an insignia or something that I can see on them that I would be able to relate that they're not trying to screws over.
Steal our smelly animal skins.
Mr. Gregor is kind of used to this kind of stuff sometimes.
So you see,
Yeah, Gray Mist is a bit naive in such matters. So
you see a banner that's mounted next to the corral of where all the goods are stored, and you see that same insignia on the banner on a part of the cloth that is part of their saddle on their horse.
So it matches their
It
lords.
does.
Okay. So I'm fine.
Are you going to go into the inn?
absolutely, that lamb sounds delicious.
Yes.
Okay. So you go into the inn, and as you enter, the first thing you notice is that there's a big fire pit in the center of it, and there's several people in the inn who instantly turn their heads at you, and they all look like commoners. And 2 or 3 of them, as soon as they see you, get up and leave. And while they're leaving, the proprietor says, "They're good fellas. They're good folk. They're adventurers who've delivered our caravan of goods. Don't leave." And they leave anyway. They're just scared. They're intimidated.
Do they go near us, or do they go like out another door?
They kind of just like slow. They're looking at you the whole time, and they just look intimidated by you. They look scared, like they don't want to be there anymore.
Can I persuade them to stay?
They've done it so quickly that they've just walked past you and walked out the door.
Yeah, I just got a big smile on my face, like, wow, it's quite the welcome around here.
Yeah, I sort of look down. I always have like kind of like almost like a pince nez, like set of glasses on the end of my nose, like a librarian. I sort of look up at him and just kind of give a
When you're
snort.
busy
and-
dealing with groceries,
I got
What?
track.
Who's
1
dealing with
second.
groceries?
Ah.
What was that? Is that a commercial?
It's
Well,
not a
it's,
commercial.
technology here isn't quite as
I
advanced.
just texted.
Where's the technology, man?
Email to me.
Okay, once I get, let me get
No problem.
this fired up.
Yeah, Gray Mist is just kind of like she's a half orc, so she's kind of like even the town she came from. She's kind of like she tends to think because half orcs are kind of
Brutish.
yeah that she thinks this is kind of about her more than it is about Ruatha or Gregor. She just thinks like there's somebody else who hates a half orc. Fine, get out.
So you see the fire pit, and it's like 6 feet long. It's kind of narrow, and it's got a wooden square chimney above it. So there's like a gap of about 4 feet, and it's extremely warm and very inviting in there. You smell fresh cooked food and the braised lamb, and there are others at tables, and they're all just there. Nobody's like partying and wild. It's a very subdued situation, but it's a very nice inn. And the proprietor says, "Would you like some lamb and some wine and ale, or perhaps anything? What would you like?"
The
Oh,
lambs.
Bring it all. Bring everything.
I'll take it all.
Nice. What sort of wine do you have, kind
we have the
proprietor?
finest
Give her the house wine.
The vintage from 1224 DR. It's good.
Oh, a 300, what a 200-year-old wine. Excellent. I'd love to try it.
For you, of course. Nothing but the
Excellent.
best for the adventurers who come here, who help us like you have. And as he invites you towards the bar, and as you're walking towards the bar, you look through the crowd of people, and there's probably about 40 people in here. And you do kind of notice someone standing out. You see along the far wall, you see a tabaxi. It's a female tabaxi. And she's got in one hand a small ball of yarn. And she's moving it around in her hand, and she's leaning up against the wall, and her other paw is kind of in her pocket. And she's staring intensely at you as you walk by and walk into the inn.
I totally wish I had like a little mouse on the end of a stick. Hey.
She's just simply intrigued by you. She looks at you. She's not making any gestures. She's just looking at you. And you walk over to the bar and you sit down and he starts to pour your drinks. And there's a gnome with an apron and he rushes the gnome out to get your dishes.
Hey,
And you're awaiting the emissary and you're about to eat. So you're in there. Anything you'd like to do at the moment while you're waiting for your drink and food?
well, I'd like to quickly speak to the gnome. I'm like, oh, teacher, the person who taught me nearly everything I need to know is a gnome. It's so nice to see one of the small folk in here.
Well, thank you. So nice of you to come. You delivered our goods, didn't you?
Oh, yes, we did. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm not very good around people, but it's always nice to see a gnome.
Well, it's such a strange thing to say coming from a orc like you. Are you an orc?
Oh, I'm a half orc.
Well, thank you. I'm very happy that you came and delivered our goods. They're so important to this area.
Oh, so you are you do you have a tannery in town? Is that why you wish to have these furs?
There's all types of tradesmen and tradeswomen around here. And the local economy is vast. It goes for miles in every direction, and there's all types of traders here. This is a trader's. It's like it's basically like a stop off where a lot of the goods are brought and then distributed throughout different villages in the area.
An outfitter. An
I sort of
outfitter.
clap my hands together. I'm like, oh, how wonderful.
Yes, I will make
Good
sure.
sir, good gnome. Can you explain why the sudden leave of all the common folk that as soon as we arrived?
There have been fights here, and violence at times from adventurers like yourselves.
Yes, I do realize that we have a half orc and a large man in armor, and I am a pirate. But
Indeed, had I not known that you were the deliverers of our caravan, I myself would have been frightened.
well, I just merely wanted to share a round of drinks with everyone. It's a shame they all left in a hurry.
Oh well, they'll be back. So he goes, I will make you the finest lamb, and he runs off into the kitchen to prepare your.
Oh,
Hey, he's a cook.
I look
And
I look over at Ruatha. I'm like, wow, you're quite the charmer, aren't you?
I am.
you belly up at the bar, and you're kind of sipping some ale and wine, and the food comes to you, and just looks and smells absolutely divine. And some other people are starting to leave, and as you finish your meal, you're just finishing it up. They're carrying the plates away.
And I say to the other two, I'm like, look, and the one thing about Grey Mist is like, she wears these boots that look absolutely enormous, and they're enormous because it looks like every time she got a hole in the top of her boot, she just took some piece of leather and like roughly stitched it on it. So they're totally oversized. It looks like there's like 3 layers of weird leather patches roughly sewed on there. It's just like, look, I'd really like to get next to that fire, take off my boots, and warm my feet. They're kind of wet and soaking from walking around in this marsh. Maybe we can sit by the fire and have a chat.
You say this to who?
To Ruatha and
Definitely,
Seagrotten.
there are chairs and even tables right along the fire where it's extra warm. And you do that.
I make sure everybody has a full glass. I say, well, here's to a job well done, friends.
Yes.
You did admirably, and we shall be paid handsomely.
Excelsior, and Grey Mist takes off her boots. It's like takes an inordinately long time because they're so huge, and she puts her feet next to the fire, and she's got just the most beautiful feet you've ever seen. No, actually, they smell really bad. She has a very disheveled look to her. She's got stains on her robes, some dirt and something that looks like mustard, and she's not. She she looks. She's very apparently not real worried about her personal appearance. She's not.
Right.
She's very plain looking. She's not
I hope you don't dirty your
attractive.
books that way.
Oh no, this grimoire actually doesn't matter. I could drop it in a pile of mud and it cleans itself. It's magic, you know.
Okay.
So I look at Ruatha and I go, the Raven Queen, huh?
Yes.
How long has it been since you've seen her?
I cannot remember. I'd fallen into the river Styx and lost my memory of her.
I don't remember you ever mentioning her before to us. Is this
I
something
cannot remember her.
interesting?
That's fascinating, Ruatha. You fell into the river Styx?
Yes.
You must tell me that story sometime.
It is.
So-
I've only read about it.
So, night has fallen. Some people have left, but it's still a good number of people in there. And you're by the fire, warming your feet and whatnot. And Gregor gets a tap on his shoulder. You turn and you look, and it's a female tabaxi that you saw when you came in. And she says to you, "You are adventurers. I see you have fine weapons. I can make them finer. And I have a box of goods you might be interested in." And she looks at all three of you, and she says, "This is what she looks like." And yeah, so she's basically offering to make your weapons finer, and wants to offer you some goods of hers. And here, I'll show it to you quickly. She looks actually. You guys see her?
Yep,
All
I see
right.
her.
Exotic.
She got some fancy pants. Fancy pants.
She looks. You haven't seen a lot of tabaxis in your day, but she looks kind of oddly mystical. Like she her garb, even her weapon, and everything. It just looks. It just looks mystical. Like it doesn't look like it's very common. The way
Exotic.
she's dressed and everything. And she says, "You would find my goods to be quite interesting. There are even some." And she kind of looks to either side and whispers to you, "Of the arcane type. As you have gold, do you not?"
Maybe.
Well,
What can you offer us?
I can make your blades sharp as a razor. And I have a box of treats that you should see.
Treats.
I assure you, you'd be interested.
I'm interested in sharpening my blades.
What's your name, lady?
I am Zaraj.
Sarash?
Zaraj.
Beautiful
Got
name.
this little ball of yarn in her right hand, and she's twirling it around. And she goes, "I assure you, you'll be interested." And she kind of, does like a cat mew, like
Meow.
So she's basically inviting you to do that.
Well, I'm sure you guys are interested. I'm interested in seeing what she has to offer. I certainly don't need any weapon sharpening. I'm not going to be using much in the way of weapons, but if she has arcane things, of course, that interests Grey Mist quite a bit.
She says, I am the best sharpener in the land. No one can sharpen a blade like me.
So I pull my greatsword from my bag, and I just kind of like I put it in front of her, and I go, "This blade is not a normal blade. Can you sharpen something like this even more than it is now?"
And she looks at the blade and she says, indeed, yes. This is a magical weapon, isn't it?
It is, and I would like to keep it that way.
And she says,
There was much blood spilled with this weapon.
and she says, my methods are magical too. Yes, I can enhance it further. Indeed. And I have a box of treats.
Box of
That's
treats.
what she calls it.
I just
Goodies.
laugh.
And when you
Treats.
and when you laugh, she goes kind of laughs back at you.
And I just guzzle my ale.
She
I'm
says,
not much for treats. That's more for these two. But the blade, how much would this cost me?
He says, why haggle on the price now? Perhaps you'd like to see my work first.
You have some here with you?
I mean, I will sharpen your blade and you can decide for yourself. And my box of treats.
What sort of
You'll like the treats. I assure you, they're very, very rare items.
I give a sidelong glance at Ruatha. I'm like, you look like the type who might like a box of treats, don't you?
And she's kind of playing with her foot, and she's almost trying to act cute, like she wants to. She's acting playful, like a foxy.
So I'm having some crunch and munch, so I muted myself.
Okay. Well, then let me ask. I'll say. So you mentioned tools of. You mentioned arcane items and treats. What sorts of things do you offer, Sarash?
She says, I have some potions, some rare items. They're hard to describe. I have marbles, magical marbles. Oh, and I have some ranged weapons of sorts.
Spells,
She's kind of
perhaps?
and when she's saying this to you, she's being very quiet and secretive. She doesn't want anyone else to hear her. She just wants you to hear her.
Well then, let's see what you have.
Very good.
Marbles.
My wagon is behind the inn. Come with me. And you get up and walk out the front of the inn, and you walk up behind the inn, and there's a kind of a wooded area behind the inn. And you walk a pretty good distance. I don't know, maybe 100 yards.
And I'm gonna say, Mike, I'm gonna just go ahead and I'm just gonna cast mage armor on myself because that would have worn off when we slept at the last camp. So
Okay. You do that. See the aura go around greatness. And
can't be too careful.
you're walking and you see this another camp come into view. But this is a camp. She has a fire burning, and there's a wagon, kind of an ornate wagon, and it has on the side of it a built-in sharpening stone. She says, "Come," and she, as you walk towards into the glade near the wagon, she runs inside the wagon. She comes out with a box, and she says, "Which of you would like your blade sharpened first?" And and she unfolds these wooden things like a contraption that has a sharpening stone, and you notice in the edge of it are a bunch of vials.
You can sharpen a blade that's been enchanted and not ruin it.
She said, I've never ruined a weapon in all my days. My methods. And she pulls up a vial, and you see in there it's like a glittering goldy kind of. It looks like Goldschlager. It's like liquid with gold glitter in it.
Don't drink it. Don't drink it, Ruatha.
And she says, "This will not ruin you. It is impossible to ruin a magical weapon with my method."
So I hand her my sword.
But she takes it, and she starts to pump the grinding stone, and she gets out this liquid. She puts the liquid on the edge of the blade.
Is she looking kind of erotic?
Yeah, she is actually. She's kind of eyeballing you a little. And the blade, the grinding stone is super smooth. It's like not coarse at all. And it's not even producing sparks. She's pouring this golden liquid all over it, and it's sparking as it's being sharpened. And she does this for a while. She does the other side, and she takes the blade and she hands it to you like this, and you look at it. Not only is it razor sharp, but there's like a gold patina around the edge of the blade now. And what this does, your next 3 attacks will add an additional +1. She gives it back to you. She says, do you like it?
It's excellent. It's a +1 to hit.
You get +1 to hit and +1 to damage in your next 3 attacks. So then anyone else want a blade sharpened?
I will. I have a +1 short sword.
So you give her, what weapon do you give her?
I'm actually going to put it on my non-magical weapon so I can have it bonused a little bit.
So she, what is it, a short sword you said?
Yep.
Okay, so she takes it, she looks at it, does the same process, she gets the grindstone going and pours the liquid on it. Gold sparks are flying. She does both ends, hands it to you on her arm. What do you think?
I said, quite excellent. What is your fee?
And as you ask her that, she opens her box. And you look into this box. It's about the size of a shoebox. She has 2 potions, a dart, and a set of 3 marbles. And the potion is a potion of water breathing. The other potion is a potion of animal handling. The dart is a +1 dart. And the marbles, he says you can roll them on the ground at a distance of up to 30 feet, and they will explode for 1d4 damage.
Ooh.
Which items do you like?
We like them all.
Absolutely. I want the marbles.
The marble.
So she says, you want everything? She seems to calculate in her head. Blades. She says, 1,200 gold.
Oh.
That's a steep price, my lady.
What? You've seen what I've just done for you. 1,200 gold.
I have 200 gold. That's it.
I have lots of gold. Well, actually, no, I don't. I have 100.
Because you do have the money, right?
I'm just paying for my blade. I don't care about the other things. How much for the blade sharpening?
She says, 800 gold. No, I'm sorry. 900 gold.
Ah, you out of your mind. 900 gold.
She says, what? Says, you've seen what I've done for you. Now pay.
You'd have told me that before you did the work. I don't have 900 gold. Are you mad?
Friends, I think we've been had.
And she says, that's what I thought. And she gestures up and points towards the center of the glade she's in. And she casts a bonfire. And just then, 3 other tabaxis drop from the trees. And you're startled. And she says, give us all your gold. And give us your weapons. Now.
And then Carrie comes in and says, no, that's not happening today. Get out of here. All of you.
Oh, Johnny boy, you're very clean shaven. Looking good.
Hey, Sean's back.
Mike's running the quick one shot for Rob and Roy and I. Yeah, just a quick little deal. Yeah. Can you hear him? Here, say hi to Sean.
Yeah, Sean, you're back?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, bud. How you
Great
doing,
to
man?
see you, dude.
Doing good.
We missed you, man.
We did. Xanathar awaits.
Don't worry, I'll be back.
We need some fireballs.
That's right. We need. I'm playing a mage. I got fireballs on tap.
Right.
They'll be coming back soon. Don't you worry.
Yeah, we look forward to it.
Yes.
Absolutely, dude. How you doing?
I'm doing good. It was tough at first because, as you know, anxiety is hard to break, but it's going
It
good.
is. Yeah, but you kind of got acclimated and everything's going good up there.
Yeah, it was the first time I actually done my own laundry, gone grocery shopping.
Fantastic, dude.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, we're happy to have you back.
Well, he'll be back soon. We're FaceTiming.
So when are you coming back, Sean?
Probably near the end of October.
Okay. Fantastic, though. I'm glad things are going good for you up there. Really, honestly.
I am. It made me realize how severe some of my anxiety was. But yeah.
Well, that's good. I mean, you got out of you do the same thing all the time in the same environment that you're in. It's easy to get caught in that rut,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I'm glad you're able to do this one shot. So hopefully that's going good for you. It's the first time having my again.
Hey, we'll fill you in. We're only doing this one shot because you're off doing more important things. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We're holding off on the main adventures. Well, it's cool because I actually got, again, I was telling Dad, one of the books, you're able to order books up here and they bring it delivered. One of them I got is basically like this group called Goodman Games that redoes old adventures. And I got
yeah. Yeah, those books are awesome.
Yes, I got one that's called The Lost City. That actually looks really cool to run.
Yeah, because you've been thinking about DMing, right?
I have, because I have 4 of those. One of them is the Isle of Dread. Another one is Expedition to the Barrier Peaks too.
Oh, that's a great one. I ran that for a friend when I was in middle school.
No, that would be one. That's the higher level one, but that's definitely the big one I want to do because that one's really cool.
Oh no, yeah, it's totally cool. That's a great adventure. I don't remember squat about it, so I mean, I remember what the deal is, but that's awesome that Goodman Gaines does those things.
So that's something I'm probably thinking of doing because if I get all my routines and stuff done, then I have so much more free time. It's like, well, what am I going to do with it? So that's one.
No, that dude, I would so love to play that adventure. Absolutely.
I would. It's fun to do. And then also, Dad brought up the painting thing for me too, to paint miniatures. Yep.
Awesome. That's great, man.
Because they have their own small art studio here, actually.
That's right.
Oh, that's awesome. So you can basically, like in some of your free time, you basically just paint minis, or everybody just does whatever they want to do.
I can do that afternoon after everything's done. Yeah.
Cool.
That's pretty cool.
That's
really cool.
Yeah, but it's just getting my stuff off the time. But yeah, I definitely want to run some of those. The big one is that they have the Temple of Elemental Evil. I got that one too. That's a huge adventure. But
it's another old time classic,
Yeah.
Is it the Village of Hamlet or something? Isn't that where you start off in that thing? Or
yes, you start
the Village of Hamlet. Yes.
Mm-hmm. It's in Greyhawk too, isn't it? Or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That isn't really, but yeah, there's that one. Then the last one that I got was the Isle of Dread.
Oh
Nice.
God. Yeah, those books look absolutely beautiful too.
No, they're beautiful to look at.
Definitely.
But yeah, so that's what's been happening with me. The only other thing is that I got that one card game that Target's Day with Dad. I actually played it. The one called Coup. Really fun.
What's it called?
Coup. C-O-U-T.
Coup.
So is it like is it kind of like Magic the Gathering, or is it?
It's a futuristic card game. Really simple. You basically get 2 cards, and then you're basically trying to two cards, and you want to get other players. You want to get rid of other players' cards. Do it by or you can bankrupt them. It's really cool.
So is it is it 2-player, or is it 4-player, or is it variable?
How many? Up to 6?
Pick it up to 6, yes.
Did you actually play it tonight, or you were just kind of looking at it?
4 other people. They said they really enjoyed it. It's
cool.
a quick game. It's a quick game. I explained the rules to them in less than 10 minutes.
That's great, Shawnee.
And then the other one, the other one I got was Villainous, where you basically play as Disney villains and you're trying to win.
It's called Villainous.
Disney villains.
You basically play as the Disney villains, and you've got to, whatever the villain wants to do. That's how you win, is by doing that. So it's got, what are the villains again? Which ones?
There's Jafar, Scar, Maleficent, and Captain Hook. And for some of them, for Captain Hook, your goal is to literally kill Peter Pan.
So one person plays. Is it one person plays the villain and then everybody competes against the villain?
No, everybody plays as a villain.
Oh, everybody plays the villain. Oh, that sounds pretty fun, actually.
You want to win, but you also want to make sure other people don't win too.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's actually supposed to be a kind of a top-rated board game, actually.
It's really fun.
And I think there's add-ons too, you can buy add-on packs, and they add more villains and stuff like that.
Yes, they have one for Star Wars too.
Oh, really? That's cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, they have one for Star Wars, one for Incredibles. I think they have one for Marvel too.
That's cool, Johnny.
That sounds like a blast. I've always been interested in those card games. I tried playing Hearthstone or whatever, but I'm just and when I read stuff on Magic the Gathering, it's I don't know. Maybe I'm just too old. My brain doesn't work right. They all seem really complicated.
But yeah,
they'll start getting hard.
No, they do. But yeah, so I'm gonna probably play the one game with Coup tomorrow, and then maybe see if other people want to play the other ones. Cool. So yeah, it's kind of tough because I was literally just getting people to play it, but they really liked it because it's easy and it's fun. It's really fun to play.
That's great.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. I mean, really, and plus being up there. Being up there with people who've got the kind of the same deal you've got going on, right? I mean, you feel like you're not alone for once.
No, that's what really helped me the most, and talking to people, and then realizing, oh, you do the same thing that I do.
Yeah, that makes a huge difference.
Yeah,
I mean, really does.
Well, yeah. Well,
okay.
Hey, it's great. Honestly, Sean, it's great hearing from you, and I'm happy that you're having that it's been helpful for you and that you're having a good time up there. I mean, that's I couldn't be happier for you.
Yeah, and thank you. But when I come back, maybe depending on what stuff comes over, maybe I will try and run one of those things. However, again, that one it probably would be like it wouldn't be online. It would probably be with like miniatures and stuff. But I can do it.
No, well, I mean, look, we held off on our trip, coming up because we want you to be there. We don't want to come up and do it when you were out of town. So yeah, the next time we come up, yeah, absolutely. I'm game for anything.
Yes.
Yeah, we look forward to having you back, buddy.
I will. I look forward to coming back to you. Well, I shouldn't keep you on your adventuring or whatever you're doing. So
We're good.
No worries, bro. Well,
Yeah, it's
we'll
great.
see you
It's great
soon.
hearing from you, dude. It really is.
it's nice to hear from you too.
All the best there.
Yeah, take care of
We'll
yourself.
see you soon. All right, John. Let me take you back upstairs.
Yeah, good for Sean. That's good to hear.
Absolutely. So we got some tabaxi roughnecks about to beat us.
Yeah,
up.
these tabaxi are about to be hat
You
for my
got-
head.
I'll wait for Pat to get back, but you got you got two tabaxi thugs and a tabaxi crossbowman.
Maybe I can. Do I have a fake mouse in my inventory that I can throw? It's like, go get it. I wish I could conjure a rat. Get him.
Conjure a rat.
Yeah, this chick is what a con artist. Never trust a cat.
Dude,
Cat would sooner bite you than look at you.
Wait till you see what this cat can do.
That cat's gonna be dead.
What that cat can do.
That cat ain't no Cat Stevens.
Catmandu.
Catmandu.
I'm going to Catmandu.
You got the Catmandu. Set this up here.
Yes, it's time to unleash hell.
There's going to be a little bit of bloodshed, I think.
There's going to be spells thrown around and pain.
Pick the good ones out of your book, please.
I've got the excellent spells. If I had time, I could do my Leomund's tiny hut.
That's not
Every
appropriate.
Pat's favorite spell, Leomund's tiny hut.
Patrick?
We don't have the tabaxi.
What crunch and munch are you eating there, Rose? You've been having a lot of crunch and munch, man. What do you got? Some Cracker Jack?
Oh,
Did you get the prize? Are you gonna follow it up with some Bazooka Joe gum?
there you go. I got some of that too.
Bazooka Joe, man, with always a lame comic.
They always had that kid that had like that turtleneck all the way up to his nose.
Some rotten kid. I like that wagon. Let's take that wagon for a ride. Fucking yeehaw!
Tabaxi.
Tabaxi must die. I don't like cat people. But luckily, Herbert is here to help.
Cats don't like birds.
Yeah, we're gonna bother that cat. Gonna bother that stupid cat.
Prepare for battle.
La, la, prepare for battle.
Prepare for battle.
Grey Mist is sorely irritated right now.
Nice.
My mom and the neighbor have been like feeding these frickin' feral cats for like a year or whatever. And what they do is they end up trapping them and then taking them to the vet to get them fixed or whatever. And it's just like our neighbor's Bryce and Colleen. Colleen is, by the way, the best baker. Carrie accepted, but is the best baker that I've ever met. But she her backyard is like an animal sanctuary. She makes pancakes for the deer. It's like deer don't eat pancakes. Like, I've never seen a deer eat off a pancake tree. She makes some pancakes and all this other stuff. I mean, seriously, it's like Dr. Doolittle next door. Just probably use some of that Cracker Jack you got there, Rose.
Yep.
Oh, crunch and munch over there.
Crunch and munch.
Not much going on other than stories about deer and pancakes.
Yeah, this is what's going on in my life. It's all very exciting.
I made some waffles and bacon this morning.
Oh, that sounds good. Mom made up some nice homemade spaghetti.
That's what I had for dinner, spaghetti and meatballs.
Oh, man, you gotta appreciate a woman who can make a good meatball. Or did you make the meatballs?
Fuck that, man. I just ate the meatballs.
You just ate the meatballs. Who does most of the cooking? You guys divide it up, or?
I don't know. I do a lot of the cooking, like the grilling type stuff, like pork chops and tacos and
Pork chops and applesauce, man?
yeah. Sometimes we'll like make chicken wild soup, chicken wild rice soup and
Oh, that sounds good.
chilies, Our neighbors just give us tons of vegetables from their garbage, so chop it all up and make
That's
stuff.
nice, man. We were eating a ton of BLTs like a month ago because everybody's got tomatoes in their garden, and those tomatoes are so much better than the baseballs you buy at the store. I mean, those things.
Yeah.
You can
GMOs.
It's
GMOs, man.
You can put those things through a fucking concrete wall. They just won't even be bruised.
Oh, genetically modified organism.
It is, man. Nothing better than, and I'm not like a huge tomato guy, but yeah, a fresh homegrown tomato is a delicious thing.
Oh, yeah, dude. I love good cherry, especially man, dude. If you can get a nice cherry tomato at perfect ripeness, fucking delicious.
Oh yeah, those are great. It's like you get those, slice them up, and I throw them in a taco.
So good, yeah. So good, so great, so good.
So delicious.
What's going on right now, Lions?
I don't know. I think Pat's still talking with Sean upstairs.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
So I take it. So Sean's going to stay up there for another month. I take it then.
It sounds like the rest of October is what I think he said, or
That's
towards
good
the
though.
end.
It's not. I mean, obviously, it sounds like it's been really good for him. I mean,
yeah.
Good for him. That's so. Look, I got anxiety. I don't have OCD, and I don't have anything even remotely approaching what he's got. So great. I mean, that's so good to hear, because it's so. The thing I was thinking about the whole time is like he's at the house, and you just, like I said to him, you get caught in those patterns, and it's like it's difficult to do anything else, and that's good. I love the idea that he's in an art studio painting minis, and he's playing card games with friends up there, and that's good for him, man, because he's had a hard road. You know.
You know what, too, man? I appreciate you guys talking with him like that and being supportive. That really means a lot, man. You know, seriously.
For sure.
No, I mean
Of course,
we.
yeah.
Because, you know, he looks up to you guys. You
Yeah.
know, so that's nice that you
Yeah.
you guys are.
I mean, I really miss him. You know, like,
No, yeah, we miss the guy. I mean, that's, you know, I'm just happy that he's happy up there. You know, that
right.
things are going well.
Reacting to it positively is just
Yeah,
awesome.
dude, it's amazing how you can see that.
Yeah.
Big time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Dude,
how it's changing him, and he's
Oh, he
definitely
sounds so much. I mean, he sounds so positive. You know.
yeah.
his
I mean, he's talking about things he wants to do and doing new things. And God, that's really. I mean, you know, I mean, it's heartwarming to hear. You know.
Yeah, definitely. We're really excited about it because it's kind of a life changing event.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's. I mean, it sounds like it's a great
Yeah.
program. You know, the whole setup.
Yeah.
It is.
Man.
It's in a beautiful area too. You know, it's like right off this nice lake up in Wisconsin, up in the woods. So it's just really well set up. You know,
That's great. Man.
yeah,
And
it's good.
but you know, someone like him that goes in, you know, having him confront them in a way that, you know, you and Carrie couldn't do. You know, or just,
No, we couldn't.
yeah. I mean, just to have those professionals around, know exactly how to target that. You know.
I just think it's such a huge thing for him to be around people who are like him.
Yeah.
You know, so he can relate to somebody who's got the same,
We're all
you know, the
working
same
together.
things he's working through. You know.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the big parts of it too. You're right. Just being around a group of people that deal with the same things. Because we don't know. I mean, I see him doing it, but I can't relate.
You can't relate, yeah, because you don't have that. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
All right, guys. So here, let me recap here where we're at. So,
We're fighting cat people.
so she casted a bonfire in the center of this area. You can see it, and so what happened was you had actually two tabaxis dropped from the trees on ropes, and another one is in the trees and leapt from one tree to another above, and is obscured within the leaves. Roll initiative.
Okay, Nish. Hey, that's a 20.
Nice.
nice.
Time to burn.
I'm gonna have to roll mine.
I got a 12.
12.
Ruatha, that's unacceptable.
I got a 12 also.
Oh, come on. Come on, dexterity
And I'm
friends.
assuming your dex is probably better than mine.
I get a +4 for my dex.
So he'll go before me.
Okay, so okay, so the first to go is a tabaxi in the trees that you really cannot see, and he fires a crossbow. Okay, 1 second, guys.
Oh, we need some combat music. I am the fire starter.
Oh, right.
I am.
Fire starter.
I always thought that he was saying, I am the farmer's daughter.
Farmer's daughter.
I don't know. That's how I heard it. I'm like, why is he singing about it being the farmer's daughter? I don't understand.
I am the farmer's daughter. Yeah, that is funny. That totally sounds like that.
I know, I'm the farmer's daughter.
Oh. Only the song's fire starter now. That's where he went.
Yeah, right. And all the rest of it's just about being the farmer's daughter. It's an allegory.
Get lost somewhere there.
I did. I can't understand song lyrics. I mean, I can listen to a song 100 times. I can't understand lyrics.
Bummer, man.
Yeah, they might as well be speaking in frickin' Chinese.
Sorry, man. That does suck.
It does. Like, if I really like a song, I've got to look the lyrics up online because I cannot understand them in context with songs.
Lex will play the lyrics for you if you Listen to effects.
Yeah, I've got YouTube Music, so it's always got a tab for lyrics.
Okay, so here we go, Pat. I just emailed you some music.
Okay.
Got it.
So this view we've got, I mean, we don't have a hex grid or anything, so I guess we're just gonna you're just gonna sort of say you're X amount of feet
We'll
away.
figure it out. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, everybody's, you guys are all within, 30 feet of each other, but the tabaxi up in the trees, which is going first, you can't really see him.
Okay.
He's obscured within the leaves, and he's up in the trees, and he fires first, and he fires at Ruatha.
Oh,
and he hits. Well, it's that's a 24.
Oh, wow.
And he deals out. So Ruatha, you get hit with a heavy crossbow, and you take 10 points of damage.
Damn.
Yeah. So he's up in the trees. You can't see him. Ramus, you are up.
Okay.
By the way, just shout out if I'm doing something wrong.
What's that?
I said just shout out if I'm doing something wrong, because I'm probably going to miss something.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Can we perceive him? Like, is it do we need a perception? Is he like hiding?
So when he's up in the trees, and he's you can kind of like get a sense of where he is. You just can't see him. So what would that be, like partially obscured?
Well, yeah, you could give him some sort of cover, I guess.
Yeah. So how does that work? So you get disadvantage to attack.
-2 to your attack, or if he's fully covered, -5. If he's stealth though, or hidden, that's kind of different.
He's not hidden. You can kind of see like his limbs passing through the leaves. You get a sense of where he is. So I would say he's under partial cover.
Yeah,
that works.
Yeah, it's when you attack a target you can't see, you have disadvantage in the attack roll.
Yeah, he's up there like he's stealthy as shit, and he's on a tree branch, and he's kind of moving around a little, but you can see his limbs like pass through the leaves, so you kind of know where he is, but he is partially obscured.
Okay, so how high is he in the tree?
He's about I would say he's about 15 feet up.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We are going to, and I need to take a look at one thing because I'm not quite exactly sure how this works. When you do a 20-foot sphere, it's a 20-foot radius, right? I'm looking at Player's Handbook here. Let's see, you're casting a spell, range. Let's see here, first spell, feet, shield, let's see here, area of effect. Okay, sphere. Yeah, okay, so it's a radius. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to cast Fireball, and I've got an ability which is called, I'm going to find it, Sculpt Spell. Okay, it's part of being an Evocation Wizard.
Okay.
So when I cast an Evocation spell that affects other creatures that you can see, you can choose a number of them equal to 1 plus the spell's level. Those creatures automatically succeed on their saving throws against the spell, and they take no damage if they would normally take half damage. So I'm going to cast a 20-foot sphere, get all of these tabaxi in this 20-foot radius sphere, and if any of us happen to be in that radius, I'm going to exclude them from the damage roll.
Okay.
So can I nail all 4 of them with a 40-foot diameter sphere?
So like I'm looking at this thing here. You got 3 of them back, and one of them kind of up in the front of them.
Yep. So there's one. Yes, there's one really close to you, Gregor, who came down out of the trees, and then the other one's by Ruatha. The other one's in the trees. So she's yeah. So yeah, I'm going to say that you would all be within the sphere.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, it's okay because I can exclude the three of us from taking any damage. We automatically succeed saving throws, and they don't even take half damage. It's sculpt spell.
If I drop that spear, dude, that's engulfing everything. Okay, so yeah. So everything's engulfed. Hey, by the way, so just to confirm, thanks for doing that. So, and I can do that next time. That you do know that the Tabaxi female who sharpened your blade, she is just so you know that she's now a magic user.
Yeah, I do, but I'm gonna burn her ass.
No, I'm just confirming that.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're gonna burn them. So
okay, so
basically, none of us. I mean, I could cast a spell centered on me, but with sculpt spell, Ruatha, Gregor, and I we don't need to make saving throws. We automatically succeed, and we don't take half damage if we, under any circumstance. So nobody will take damage except for all the Tabaxi.
That's pretty useful.
Yeah.
Yes, it's very useful. Yeah, avocation.
So that and that's with your magic, you're saying, right?
That's with my magic, right?
Yep.
That's an ability I have as an evocation wizard.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and it's like, yeah, time to burn.
Time to burn.
And I cast it. They need to make Dex 16 saves, or they take half damage. Otherwise, they take 25. 25 or 12, depending on their saves.
Okay. So let's go with the crossbowman in the trees. I'm sorry, was it Dex DC what?
Dex 16.
How high up is the guy in the trees?
15 feet.
Oh.
Okay, he fails.
So 25 points of damage on them.
5 points.
Yep.
So you hear it go.
Burn. Hey, kitty.
And the Tabaxi thug that is near Gregor fails as well.
Burn.
25, right?
God.
Yep, 25.
Damn. Dude.
Oh.
Shit.
Tabaxi thug number 2 succeeds.
12 points of damage for Tabaxi Thug number 2.
And Tabaxi Necrosatus rolls a 20.
Necrosatus.
Oh, ridiculous.
The
12 points of damage.
Jeez, 12 points of damage.
Necrosatus.
Necrosatus. My God.
The worst kind of Tabas.
They are the worst kind of sadist. Necrosatus.
Shit. Okay. Okay. That's done.
And then I'm going to move. I'm going to go ahead and move back, like maybe 20 feet back from any of these combatants here. They're going to have to run to get me.
We're going to run to get you. Okay.
Yeah. I got to get out of the... I don't want to be next to the fighting fellows.
Gotta get out of
Okay,
here.
you done?
Yeah, I think that will do it for my turn. Oh no, wait. Okay. Well, yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't roll.
Moderate to severe.
I didn't roll initiative for Herbert.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Herbert gets his own initiative. So where's my owl?
Or you could just do it right after you or before you.
Yeah, I could. If you want to make it simple, Mike, Herbert can just go on the same, same initiatives I do. Okay.
That's fine.
So, Herbert is what's he gonna do? I'm just gonna have him fly up in the air. Maybe about like 20 feet up in the air.
Okay.
And I'm going to ready an action. Okay. So Herbert, if one of the Tabaxi closes with Ruatha or Gregor, Herbert's going to go to him and use the help action, which will give them advantage on one attack.
Okay.
So I don't know if I can do that or not. It's kind of, because I don't know if readying an action is help and movement. So I don't think I can. So Herbert's just gonna fly 20 feet up in the air and get out of the way above me.
Right. Okay. So it's right above you. Now there's like a canopy of trees above you. So it's going to fly up into the canopy of trees.
Yeah, away from the tabaxi that's up in the trees. So
Away from it. Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I don't want it close to that tabaxi. So
Yeah.
but
The tabaxi in the tree is like kind of behind the wagon a little bit to the right. If you can see the wagon, it's kind of slightly behind the wagon and to the right of it a little bit up in the trees.
okay. Yeah, because one of these enemies hasn't closed. So yeah, I'm just gonna have Herbert, just kind of. I mean, he's just an owl, so I'm just gonna have him fly, 20 feet above me,
Okay.
for right now. He's just gonna kind of get out of the fray.
4 total these things like?
There's 4 total. Yes. Okay.
So yeah, so I have moved, back here someplace. Over here.
So you're done?
Yeah, that'll be the end of my turn. Mine and Herbert's.
The Tabaxi Thug number. I didn't really point these out, but here's.
Well, I've got them numbered.
Okay, so
So
Tabaxi number 2. Yeah. And so the Tabaxi number 2 leaps toward, just lunges towards Ruatha. And
did you say you were moving back, Gray Mist?
Yeah, I moved like 20 feet back. Or 15 feet. I want to stay close enough to combat. I'm not further than like 30 feet away, but I can always move around.
so I'm going to say that. Not quite. I don't think that Tabaxi was 20 feet. Before you moved that Tabaxi, that wasn't 20 feet. 15.
Yeah, like 15.
All right. Okay, so the Tabaxi Thug swings with a machete at Ruatha.
Could you? I'm sorry, Mike. Could you turn down the music just a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's much better. Thank you.
Okay, here we go. That is on Ruatha. That is a 12.
That misses.
Okay, Tabaxi Thug misses. Makes 2 attacks though with it. That is a 16.
That just hits.
Okay.
Oh.
Machete. 66. Machete. Now,
Hey, don't forget your weapons are sharpened, right?
yeah,
She
you're
already
right.
did that for you, so.
Okay, Ruatha, you take 5 points of damage. And because he's next to oh no, he's not. Nope, never mind. Okay, so you take 5 points of damage. Sir Gregor.
I go first. I'm faster than him.
Am I being attacked, or are you talking?
Oh, sorry, you guys tied. Yeah, so Ruatha goes.
Okay.
It didn't do that in the tracker. That's all right.
I don't think it knows any better.
Yeah, right.
No, yeah, it doesn't. So
Go
yeah,
for it.
don't worry about it, dude.
Ruatha, you are up.
I'm up. All right. I am going to cast Booming Blade as I strike with my +1 weapon.
Okay. Boom, blade.
Booming blade.
Boom.
Boom that blade.
And here we go. Another one.
Oh, come
All
on,
right.
man.
Quiet, please. All right. I will try to a second attack with my off arm happen. Hopefully, I get a sneak attack in here.
Okay.
So my bonus action, I use the short sword. '14 armor class.
14 armor class hits.
Oh, hey.
And 3 dice 6 for sneak attack.
Oh, come on, man. Oh.
14 damage.
14 damage to the thug, huh?
Very nice.
Correct, yep. And then since I have fancy footwork as a swashbuckler, I will move away from him my full movement, and he cannot strike me with an opportunity attack.
Fancy footwork.
Okay.
So, Rose, the swashbuckler is a little different with the sneak attacks, right?
Yeah, I can have sneak attacks if there's nobody within 5 foot of that
Right.
tabaxi, or if I have advantage like other rogues too. So that's what that's called is the rockish audacity. So that allows me to, as long as there's not another one of you guys around, anybody creature around this guy, I can do that.
Oh, so
Yeah,
so it's not like a normal sneak attack where if
I get an
Gregor was
additional.
next to him.
Right. So
Oh,
I can do it both ways. So I can
okay.
do it if Gregor's next to him, or if I have him one-on-one, I can use it.
Yeah,
But if
Rakish
there's other people
audacity.
around him,
awesome. It's a
Okay.
good rogue class, man.
So,
Yeah,
so I just want to make sure I'm clear, Rose. You moved without provoking an opportunity attack, correct?
right, because of rockish has
Yep.
audacity.
Rakish audacity.
And tell me how far you move again.
I can move 30 feet away.
Okay, so here's a question I have. The Tabaxi thug has a reaction. It's not a reaction like a ranged reaction. So in this instance, would he still be able to do it?
Depends on if it's an opportunity attack or not.
Well, how would I know? All it says is it's a reaction to being attacked, which it just was. So how would you?
So
Yeah.
whatever it wants to do is a reaction after its turn. So it can use it as long as it's not an opportunity attack on me.
It's not an opportunity attack. It is a reaction.
Okay. No problem. It's probably what are you going to use, uncanny dodge or something?
No. So the Tabaxi, just before you move, it picks up its paw and throws sand in your face. You have to make a dex saving throw, please.
Oh.
As it just
17.
lobs of 17.
Yep.
Okay, so the sand kind of misses your face.
Hey.
And Rose, how far back can you move?
30 feet.
30 feet.
Okay. Are you done?
Yep, that's pretty much all I can do. I've used my bonus action.
There you go.
You can
Does Rakish audacity affect your movement speed at all? Like if you move 30 feet, get a hit, and then you get to move an additional 30 feet?
I didn't move, so I
Right,
only
but if you did.
no.
Okay.
Unless I save my bonus action to do like a dash, I can use something else.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I was just curious.
Okay, Sir Gregor.
Action is another
Okay.
option I have.
So, you see Sir Gregor, like clasp his a medallion around his neck, and he holds up his sword, and you just see it start to glow like white hot.
Ah,
And I'm gonna go after the number 2 here.
Going after number 2.
Yeah, you see my great sword just like.
All right.
Okay, so.
Pat wears the ring of power on his ring finger.
That is a 16.
That hits.
Hey!
The Tabaxi Thug gets hit.
Tabaxi Thug. I hit with my great sword. Actually, that was a
See, it's
17.
Yeah, you get a +1 to damage and attack.
So the first hit is going to do. No, I rolled 2 ones.
Oh,
1 plus 4, so 6. But I cast what did I cast, man? Branding Smite on my 2-handed sword.
oh.
That's a like a reaction or a bonus.
It's a bonus action I get as a paladin. It's basically my smite, but I haven't forced it. God, you know what? Hold on, dude. I have never played a paladin before. So
Come on, Patty.
I don't know. When I hit with melee 61 spells, I 2d8 radiant damage. You expend once. Okay. So, Roy, you've played a paladin, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this branding smite is a 2nd level spell. So, because I can do a normal smite and use a spell slot up,
Right.
I can't stack smite. No, I think
You generally you can't stack
so
stuff.
it's just branding smite. So what this does, it's going to deal an extra 2d6 of radiant. So he's taking 6.
And it is concentration, so
He takes 8 more, so 14. And basically, kind of a stupid. I shouldn't use branding smite, but anyways, he starts to glow. I didn't read what branding smite does. Branding smite is like if I hit something and they're invisible.
Then they're visible.
yeah, it sheds light.
They light
Can't
up.
become
So
light, yeah.
whatever. I didn't know that before I did it.
So it's concentration though, and it lasts a minute.
Lasts a minute. So
Okay.
However long you want it to. Right.
well, that's my first. I get 2 strikes.
Okay.
So, and that's probably going to miss. That is going to be a 9.
That missed.
Okay.
The only thing is that I think it only lasts for 1 attack.
So this
Let me check, dude.
Yeah, it says the next time you hit a creature with a weapon attack. So it's the next time you hit it, that's it. Yeah, it's not. It doesn't stay on.
The attack deals an extra 2d radiant. Yes, so it's just a one-time shot.
Yep, just a one-time shot.
Okay.
So that Tabaxi Thug is wounded bad. It's just holding its side and a little bit of blood coming out of the side of its feline mouth. And next up, Boxer Necrosadist. So he
The Necrosadist.
He's going to. Is it? Where is she going? She. Oh, she's right in front of you, Gregor?
I know, dude.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, she's right in front of you. Okay.
Let me make sure because I numbered them, but you know,
Yeah, no.
If you think that should be different,
I can't see the number.
does a normal divine smite? It just takes a spell slot, whether it's 1st level, 2nd level. When you hit him with a melee attack, you expend 1 spell slot to deal 2d8 radiant, plus 1d8 per spell level higher than 1st. Okay, got it. I can boost it. Okay, so I just wasted
Yep.
that. Fuck.
Yeah, do you have a second level spell as fifth level paladin?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
So, like I said, that branding smite, I didn't read it. I thought it was going to be something cool.
Oh, that's all right. It's fine. you did your radiant damage. You made it all happen.
That's what I like.
All right. So the necrocytist is going to. She kind of comes out from behind the wagon there. She's not really hidden by the wagon. She comes out and she casts Ray of Sickness against Grey Mist.
Oh, don't sicken me.
A ray of sickening greenness energy lashes out, range of 60 feet.
Ray of sickness. So what do I have to roll for a save on
Okay,
this?
well, I got to roll back to roll for a hit on this.
Oh, so it's a spell attack?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, she rolled a 2.
Oh, hey, that's okay. Now I don't have to use shield.
The ray of sickness misses.
I just dodged that sickness.
Okay, and that's all she does. But she's standing back there next to the. She basically lunges forward, and you see this ray come out, but it goes right past you.
Which one is she on this battlefield here?
Yeah. Is she 3?
Who's behind the kind of slightly behind the wagon?
Yeah, she's
Okay.
3, I think. Rose.
Yeah, you can see her, but she's like right at the edge of the wagon. She's kind of
back here.
yeah.
Yeah, she is number 3.
And so that failed, went right past Grey Mist. You kind of just duck out of the way of this ray that came flying at you.
My God, I didn't want to be sick.
Sick. And the next,
Man, that's
yeah.
sick.
Final
sick.
Tabaxi, who is actually number 4, who's about.
I can measure it, Bly.
Yeah, I gotta measure it. Can you?
Just wing it.
I mean, I could be winging it.
Yeah, it's cool, Lie. You guys don't need to measure it. If he's close enough to hit, then fine. If not, then fine.
You are
You know?
20 feet. This Tabaxi thug is 20 feet from you, which means she's gonna pounce. He's gonna pounce.
Oh,
Okay, on Grey Mist?
Huh?
On me?
What'd you say?
Me?
Yeah, she's pouncing on you.
She's gonna pounce, but she's got to make a melee attack with the machete. He comes lunging at you.
Okay.
And 19.
Okay, I'm going to cast Shield as a reaction.
So
that will. Well, I've got mage armor on right now, so that actually makes my armor class 20 for shield until the beginning of my next turn.
wow.
Oh, okay. So it missed.
Yep, missed.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got 20 until the start of my next turn.
Okay, so it cannot pounce on you. So it swung and it missed. It did not succeed.
But it jumped up next to him now.
It's right, yeah, but it's right on you.
Which number was it?
It's closer. Yeah, that's the one right up to you. Okay. And that
Bad
is
kitty.
Back to the top of the order, the Tabaxi up in the trees and targets.
Yes, sir.
Targets Ruatha again. The Ruatha, the Tabaxi crossbowman up in the tree, puts another bolt into its crossbow and fires.
Oh.
And he rolls a 15.
Just misses.
Hey.
And you can kind of see it up in the trees. It fires, and it kind of just, moves across. And you can't really see it, but you can see that it's moving around in the tree. But it misses. Grey Mist.
Let's see here. One thing I'm trying to figure out here is hit points. Okay. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to cast. I'm going to cast Sleep. And so we've got, let's see, if I cast it first level, how many die do I get? Okay, 5 die 8, and it affects how many hit points of creatures this spell can affect.
Right.
It's the current hit points.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're targeting number 2, right?
Well,
Number
sleep is
4. Oh,
sleep's
it's
a
a
40-foot
multiple.
radius
Yeah,
or
gotcha.
40-foot diameter spell,
Yeah,
20-foot radius.
okay.
So it's 5 die 8. So I roll 5 die 8, and then let's see here. Starting with the creature that has the lowest current hit points. Okay, so I'm gonna roll 5 die 8, and then and so can I? So it's like the fireball, right? It's a 40-foot diameter spell. So is everybody in the range of my sleep spell?
I would say 1, 2, and 4 are.
1,
1,
2,
2,
and
and 4
4.
are, and 3 is not.
3's back behind the wagon.
Okay, so that's fine. 1, 2, and 4. So I'm going to go ahead and roll. I'm going to
Unless
cast this at second level.
Is this
Um,
is 1 the one that's up in the trees?
that's what I was going to ask
Yeah,
you.
yes, it is.
Okay.
1's in the tree, so I don't. That's not a
So
sphere.
I'm going to say, yeah, just 2 and 4 probably.
roll
Yeah.
just 2 and 4. Okay, that's probably
Yeah.
not worth it then. Just for 2 of them. Well, I don't
Yeah,
know. It might be.
because actually, the tabaxi in the tree is moving around, and in fact, it's a little bit higher up now because it was able to just move after it took its turn last time.
Okay. Well,
That was
I don't
about
know.
20 feet
Casting
up.
a first level sleep spell might not be that bad. So I don't know how tough these guys are, but yeah, I'm gonna cast a first level sleep spell. And so if I just assume it hits 4 and whoever's next to Gregor, is that 2? So 4 and 2. So let me roll my 5 die 8. Okay, so I rolled 21. So of 4 and 2, who has the least hit points?
4 and 2. Um, 2.
Okay, 2. And how many hit points do they have?
7.
Okay, so 2 falls asleep.
2 falls asleep.
Yep, 2 falls asleep, and then I've got 14 left. 4, I assume, probably has more than 14 hit points.
Yes.
Okay. I think that's going to be the end of my turn. And then Herbert, I'm going to send Herbert. Well, no, this is not going to work now. I'm going to send Herbert over to Harry, number 4 here. So what happens is, using the help action, Herbert flies and then uses a help action. So if Ruatha attacks 4, his first attack will have advantage.
Okay.
So Herbert is just basically flying over 4's head, trying to distract it and flap its wings and all that stuff. So if Ruatha happens to hit 4, then his first attack will have advantage.
Oh, I have a Herbert actually.
Herbert,
Perfect.
you
Nice.
do. Look at that. Hey, hello, Herbert.
Okay.
And that's going to be the end of my turn because I don't want to take an opportunity attack at this point.
So the next, so Tabaxi 2 is sleeping.
Tabaxi 2 is asleep. Yes.
Ruatha, you are up.
All right. I will use a bonus action and cast Hex on Tabaxi number 4.
Herbert approves.
Tabaxi
Hex.
Hello, Herbert.
casting.
And then I will move forward. What is that? 10 feet?
Where you mean? Where do you want to move to?
I want to move right up next to number 4 so I can take advantage of this
Yeah,
advantage
that's 10
attack.
feet. I can see it's 10 feet.
Yeah, it's about 10 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, shoot me right next there, and I get advantage, correct? Because of Herbert.
Yes, you get advantage on your first attack.
All right, so I've already used a bonus action, so this will be one strike with my +1 short sword, and I'm using booming blade once again.
Okay.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Come on,
Waiting for your-
25.
Oh!
The boxy hit.
And let me just roll it one more time, see if I get a crit. Because I did get advantage, right? All right, gotcha. Nope, no crits. All right, so booming blade. A whole lot of damage that's going to happen here. So we take 6 plus the sneak attack. Plus 8, so 14. Plus another 8 damage for booming blade.
Boom!
Jesus.
Man.
So what did I say? 17 total damage, and he's has the boom. He has like there's like a reverb going around his body right now. Like when you're driving in your car and you got your windows down and the wind blows through.
Yeah, and what does that do to it again?
Well, he has that upon him, and I will use my rakish audacity to move away again, 20 feet away from him.
Okay, and just before you do that, what this so this is a fresh tabaxi you have not attacked yet, correct?
That is correct.
So this tabaxi as well throws sand in your face,
Ah, dirty tricks.
and you must make a dexterity saving throw.
Dirty tricks. Damn dirty.
Right.
There's
Damn dirty tricks. They're tricksters. Cats, man. Can't trust them.
I know.
I'm sorry, dexterity saving throw?
Yep. Yeah, just lunges forward and just throws.
15.
And it misses you again. It just flies by your face and it goes. It's so pissed off.
Oh, the
All right,
swashbuckler.
move me back about 20 feet, and that'll be the end of my turn.
Things like, okay, that's the end of your turn.
Actually, can you move me right next to the tree? I want to be away from that crossbow, motherfucker. I'm going to line my back up against that tree.
There it is. Get some cover, baby.
Moving against.
I'm going to get some cover moving to the tree.
That'll be 3/4 cover, right?
I can do that, man. I'll get up.
No, dude, you're fine.
You sure?
Yeah, seriously. This is what Sean does for me when I'm DMing.
Does he?
Oh, it's you always need an extra
Closer.
hand,
We'll
man.
figure that out next time.
Yep.
Okay. So
A helping hand.
Will that give me some cover from that crossbow guy, man? Jeez, that guy's been picking me off.
cover? I mean, no.
Ticking me
Well, what do you mean? The guy's up in the tree. I'm right next to the tree now.
Well, I mean, you can't look down.
Well,
Well,
can't
it's right
I like
above him.
hide behind the tree trunk?
Yeah, I mean, if it was right above him, then he wouldn't get cover.
Well,
but if
that's
it has
the thing,
to,
you know, like you don't really
move.
know where it is. So you can actually see. You look up and you can now see it much better, and you see that it's off. It's on an angle. It's not like it's directly above you.
Well, I'm just gonna try to get the tree between me and him. That's my main purpose of my move.
And I'm saying you can't. You can't. You're not fully obscured by the branch. It can see your body still a little bit because it's up in the tree and on an angle from you.
Well, is he in that tree over there or the one above me?
He's in the one above you.
All right. Fine.
Sorry, dude. Like,
I'm trying to take advantage of terrain around me.
He's trying
Well,
to get cover.
He has
you know?
advantage.
I want to explain to you. Okay, so he's up in the tree. He's not directly, but you ran under the tree. When you did so, you see him better, and he's like off on an angle, up on a branch.
All right. So does he now no longer have cover for me?
Well, yeah, you can see him much better now. You can basically see his entire shape.
All right, well,
He's up on a branch, and he's
as
cocking
long
his
as we're
crossbow
even,
again.
Steven. I'm just trying to.
He's
make it
loading up
easier.
another bolt, and you see him, and he sees you. Okay, you're done?
Yep.
Gregor.
Okay.
Come
All right.
on, Gregor.
I'm going to.
What is your? And just before we go, so Rose, when you do booming blade, what is the effect on this tabaxi next to me?
Yeah, it's like glowing.
It's like he cannot move. He
Oh,
moves
yeah.
from his position. He's gonna take some damage.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So he can't move without being taken damage. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, great.
Number one. He's the one up at the tree. Right, Lyle?
Number one is yes.
Okay, put him up on that tree.
Oh, great. Okay.
Okay, so I can move 30 feet, which will get me right to our original fucking yacht.
Isn't that what Sadis? She's going after the next.
Isn't that's her, isn't it?
Yep.
Can
All right, so okay. So I raise up my greatsword again, and I go.
Do you have another hit, another +1 damage, +1 hit, or did you already use?
I have one left.
Hey.
One left. So, all right. So first strike with the greatsword.
Yes.
It was 13.
That does not hit.
Dang,
Oh.
bitch. Okay.
Boo.
Dexterous as hell, and she's got some.
All right. Second. Oh, I missed both. That was a 12. But at the same time, I kind of reach out, and I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon.
Oh.
Bonus action, spiritual weapon.
Bonus special. Yeah, my Oath of Conquest gives me a spiritual weapon I can cast.
Yes.
Let's see, this thing can fucking.
And she's taking a little damage, but she's looking pretty healthy. Right?
Yeah, I figured. I don't think she's really taking much pain. Okay, let me just see. Try to hit with this thing real quick. And I'll put it out there. Do I get my spell attack for a spiritual weapon? I can't remember. Or is it a normal attack?
It's a spell attack.
So it's my spell attack to hit. Okay, that's a 16.
16 does not hit.
Fucking A, man. All right, well, there goes Gregor's round. Gregor's pissed.
Oh man, that's crap.
That was crap.
Yeah, she's tough, man.
I fucking missed her 3 times.
Okay, you are done.
I am done.
Okay, and it is your turn. So you are not. You're right up on her.
I'm right next to her, yeah.
So she reaches out to you with both of her black claws.
Oh, there.
And I have to. Yep. So she just reaches out to you, and her claws have these blackish purplish vapors around them when she does so.
Oh, boy. I don't like that.
And that is a 12.
That will miss.
And she reaches out, but kind of misses, like, fucking hell. And that's all she can do. She just reaches out and misses, and is just so angry.
Good, so am I.
And then Tabaxi
Fucking
Thug.
missed you too.
Tabaxi Thug number 4. Now, that's the booming blade one, so it cannot move. Or if it
Well,
does,
it can.
it can. Well,
Yeah,
so,
I'm kind of disappointed I had to tell you that.
Well-
Now you can not make the decision to move it.
well, that's what I was going to say. Should you not have told me that?
Well, yeah. Well, Roy fucking blurted it out because he wanted to know what it does.
Okay, well, I'll play this logically. So,
We probably would have known anyways. We're 5th level.
yeah, you know what? It's still on Grey Mist, so he ain't going nowhere, man. He's going to
Yeah, that thing's gonna try to hit me anyway. So
he's going to try to. So is it? Let me just check something here. So, Grey Mist and the owl. The owl, your Herbert's on him as well.
yes.
All right.
But
All right. So he's going to try to cleave, and he takes his machete.
Cleave.
Attacks. He attacks Gramus. And here we go. Oh, that's a 23.
Okay, well that's easily gonna hit.
Okay, so that is a that roll. So you take 4
That
points.
actually, well, what'd you say? 23? Yeah. Okay.
So you take 4 points of damage on the first hit,
4.
and a 23 again on the second hit.
Ah, curse you.
Oh, this time you take 9 points of damage,
Oh, I don't like that at all.
and it uses its cleave feature and is able to make an additional melee attack on a creature within 5. Once per turn, if the thug hit an opponent with a melee attack, they may make a +3 attack to another creature within range. Okay, so it's +3 attack. Wait, what is that?
Herbert,
3 attack. So I guess
Careful,
it's
Herbert.
+3. A
Don't-
13 hit. 13 for Herbert.
that's gonna kill Herbert.
Oh no.
Yeah, he's got armor class 11. He's only got 1 hit point. So.
Oh
Herbert
no.
Herbert,
So
no!
the tabaxi thug slices you and then slices through and and goes their swing just goes right through Herbert's body and just
Oh,
Feathers
Herbert.
everywhere.
takes
No.
Feathers everywhere.
Fucking
All right,
Randy
Herbert-
Johnson when he hit that fucking
Oh,
bird.
when he
pitching.
hit that bitch, man, he blew it up with a fastball.
So Ruatha,
No, Herbert, no, Herbert's dead.
top of the order, Tabaxi,
Oh,
Tabaxi crossbowman above you, and you guys are both looking at each other, and you're kind of trying to get out of its way, but it can still see your lower part of your body.
Wow. Do I have any cover at all?
You have no cover, and it rolled a 2, and it misses.
Jeez. Thank goodness.
nice shot, asshole.
And you see it trying to reload another boat right away, and it hisses.
Yeah, you're gonna get.
Yes, you are up.
Okay, how badly is the dude in the tree and the one next to me? How badly are they hurt?
The one next to you is wounded. It's bleeding. It's got this glowing thing around it, and it looks fairly desperate, but definitely looks like it has some strength. You can't see the crossbowman in the tree enough to make that determination.
Okay. Let's see here. Then I believe, what shall I do? I'm going to use my meta magic feature, and I'm not sure if this is exactly the way I want to do it. Scorching Ray spell attack, but that'd be a disadvantage. Ooh, I could do this instead. Okay, so I'm gonna use I'm going to use my meta magic feat. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and use my 2 sorcery points to quicken a spell. So I can basically change the casting time of one spell to a bonus action. The spell I'm going to cast is Tasha's Mind Whip. And I'm going to cast it at the dude the tabaxi right next to me. It needs to make an intelligence 16 save.
Intelligence 16. Okay. It rolled a 7. It does not succeed.
Okay, so Tasha's Mind Whip does 8 damage, and it can't take a reaction until the end of its next turn. And on its next turn, it must choose whether it gets a move, an action, or a bonus action. It only gets one of the 3.
Really?
Yep. So so that was my bonus action, and with my action, I'm going to cast a cantrip And I believe I'm going to, let's see here. I'm going to go ahead and cast a firebolt at the thing up in the tree.
Okay. That's a spell attack.
Yep, it's a spell attack. So, I mean,
Okay.
does it have any sort of
Yeah,
cover? Am I
you'll
at
get the minus
disadvantage,
two.
or
You'll get the -2.
I get a -2? Okay. Instead, I think instead of a spell attack, I think I'm just going to do Toll the Dead on it. It has taken damage because I did my fireball. So it needs to make a Wisdom 16 save.
I rolled that one in the combat tracker. Did not succeed.
Okay, so it's going to be 2d12 damage. Let's see here. 2d12, 12, 12, 12, 12. Roll.
Toll the Dead. Yeah, that's a great cantrip.
And so it did 8 points of damage to it. And let's see here. And I'm going to move away because this thing can't take a reaction until the end of its next turn. So I am going to move basically, I don't know. I'm just going to move maybe like, 30, 25 or 30 feet away, like over here someplace.
Okay.
So basically, 20 feet back from Ruatha, 25 feet away from this thing. And then on its next turn, it doesn't matter much because it can only move, take an action, or take a bonus action. It can only do one of those things. So
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And when Gramus casted Toll the Dead, Ruatha, you looked up in the tree and saw this, and the Tabaxi looks totally messed up. It's staggering up on the branch, and it's struggling to lift its crossbow. Okay, are you done, Gramus?
yeah, I believe that will do it. I cry for Herbert.
Okay, so Tabaxi 2 is still snoozing out. Now, there's nothing, they don't get to save each round to try and make up the other.
They're just out.
Tabaxi 2 is just sleeping. And
Sweet dreams.
Ruatha, you are up.
Sweet dreams are made of these.
So, which one was messed up looking?
The one in the tree.
The one in the tree.
Oh,
It's
it
like-
looks
it's like-
like
It's clinging to the side of the tree and it's struggling to lift it, but it's it's alive. But man, it's bad. It's messed
Kill
up.
that dirty ass
It's
cat.
head and it's bleeding.
All right, so I can attack it now without it having cover, right? Because we're both right. It's right by me.
Yes, you can.
All right. I say knock it off, and I shoot. Eldritch bolt at it. 2 of them.
Oh,
Jesus H, man.
your favorite spell.
You can shoot 2 of them, huh?
Yes, I'm 5th level.
2
Okay.
bolts.
Let them fly.
I have Warlock Magic Initiate.
Beautiful.
Damn, dude. I like going.
Eldritch Bolt does the trick every time.
Rose knows how to make his characters, man.
He does, man. He's got it all down. He was carefully crafting.
All right, hold on, boys. I gotta find it here. Where's my spells?
Tabaxi's dreading it. He sees you preparing something, and it's like, it's
That thing knows its doom is on the doorstep.
Spells. Okay, here we go.
Is that a feat? You think?
Yeah, I picked the Magic Initiate for
Oh, I
Warlock.
didn't even know you did
That's
that.
pretty wild, dude.
15.
15 hits.
Hey!
All right, and I'll shoot the other one at him.
Make it
Probably don't even need
bang.
to, dude.
22.
Oh!
22. What's the damage looking like?
So it's
here?
gonna take 2 die 10 here.
2 die 10.
Oh,
Son of a bitch.
For each one?
Jesus, man.
11 damage to the one
So
in the
you-
tree.
So you do that, and you see it just get blown out of the tree, and it drops it. Crossbow falls out of its hand directly down right in front of you, and you just see it get blown out of the tree and just land on its back.
Stick it.
That guy fucked me up. He deserved
He
that.
did, man. Stick it, Reagan.
Stick it, crossbow.
He had it
Stick it,
coming,
crossbow
man.
guy.
He is dead. It falls out of the tree. And anything else you want to do, Ruatha?
No, I'm pretty satisfied with that. I'm pretty
Yeah,
happy.
dude.
Oh yeah, you got the victory.
Sir Gregor, the floor is yours.
Good round.
Gregor, fucking take that thing down, man. Come on.
God dang you.
Come on, rage.
And-
Call upon your gods.
And when that happened, when the tabaxi fell out of the tree, the necrosatus, the chick, she's just looking kind of scared right now. She's looking worried.
Time to die.
You should be scared. I hope.
Yes.
All right, so great sword attack.
Great sword attack.
That would be a 16.
And you're going for the necrosatus, correct?
I am. Yeah, I'm right on here. That is a miss. So I call on my gods. I say, guide this strike.
Yeah.
And I get
Take it down.
I get a 1d10 added to
And
that.
when you do that, she goes,
You fucking bitch. I get 7 more on top of that, so 23.
Oh.
I would assume it fucking hits her, man.
No,
I can only use that once per short rest. It's my
She's a
divine.
30 armor class.
Does that hit lie? 23?
that hits.
Okay. That was my one time I can fucking use that thing because I'm pissed. All right, so that's going to do.
It's going to do pain.
All right, that was a pretty good roll there. So the great sword alone is going to do 14. Plus, I'm going to smite this bitch.
Oh,
Smite it.
Nope, your spiritual weapon too, right?
So 14. Oh yeah, that thing's floating around too. So 14 plus 2d8. That's another 8. 14, 8, 22. And then that's my first strike.
The pain!
Bring the pain.
You took 22 on my first hit.
Oh.
So
You're bringing down pain on the sadist.
Brought it
So
all.
again, she goes, but he's still looking kind of.
Still looking okay. All right. Okay. Well, that's a 13 to 20.
That hits.
God damn right it hits. All right. Every time I smite, I got to use a spell slot, right? I think I do.
I believe
Yeah,
so.
I think
yeah.
so, yeah.
Yeah, I spend 1 spell slot each time, so I'm gonna fucking use another spell slot. So that's gonna do 7, 11 plus the smite. 11 plus 12, 23.
Oh,
23 damage.
Oh,
oh my God.
Dude, fucking smite, man. If I can hit with that thing, it's nasty.
He takes that and just screams out, and she almost drops to one knee, and she's holding her belly. He's looking real bad.
So, and then I fucking call upon my spiritual weapon.
Oh, there it is, man. Oh, pain.
Come on. Oh, take a look, Fly.
You critted it?
Oh,
yeah.
The necrosatus is getting messed up.
Oath of vengeance strikes down.
Dude, that's
You'll be dead.
Happening right now.
So
He's like, no,
this
I'm
does-
overwhelmed with pain.
It's going to do 2d8 plus 3.
Oh my God.
So that's going to be 8, 11.
Oh,
Oh,
This
damn,
ride,
dude.
this
22
ride,
plus 23.
oh my
the
God.
necrosatus
33
falls to Gregor's power.
Dude, you just see me fucking raise my greatsword, and I just call upon. Hold on.
Who do you worship?
I call upon Tyr.
Dear.
Tyr, be with me. I just fucking hack her once in the side, hack her on the side again, and I guide my spiritual weapon and just fucking crushes her in the face with a. But it's a hammer.
Smash.
And she tries to just bell out one last meow. She goes,
Ah!
and then I spin my greatsword and I just fucking drive it through her into the ground.
Oh.
Just to make sure she's gone.
Okay, and with her down, the last remaining tabaxi, number 4, who is on. Oh no, he's not near anyone.
Yeah, no.
No, and that thing is gone at my turn.
And that's
It
gone?
went away. Yep.
Yeah, because we can crit it.
Takes off running into the woods, and I will.
If it moves, it takes damage.
No,
so.
not anymore. It doesn't.
No, it doesn't. That's off.
Oh, okay.
At
So,
the beginning of my next turn, it ended.
So, who? It's gonna be able to move. Here, one second.
It can only move, or take an action, or take a bonus action.
Oh, right, because of your spell. My
Yeah.
booming thing is off of it, so that doesn't.
Right.
Yeah, no, he. One second. So, it just turns around and runs, and the forest is fairly thick here, but I'll give. Let's see, he's gonna run straight to the west, and I will say. I will say, Gramus, you'll get a shot at it if you want to do something.
Oh yeah, I will. Because it's good. Because I'm fucking pissed.
It's running, man. It just took its sword and it's just booking out of there, man, as far away from you guys as it can get. You'll get a shot.
Okay. Is it my turn?
And of course, you can go after it if you want. Well, I'm going to say, though, because where Gregor and Ruatha are, they're not going to see. Where are you, Ruatha?
He's by the tree. You can't even
Yeah,
see him.
okay. So it has cover by the trees and the wagon. So only Gramus, you have sight of it.
Is it gonna like dash?
I mean, it can't. It can't. Because it would have to.
But it can make its full movement, though, right?
Yeah, it can make its movement, but that's all it can do.
Well, it is already about, it's about 20 feet from you.
What's its
Right.
Its movement's 30.
Right. So it would be 50 feet away from me, but it doesn't have cover, right?
It does not have cover. No, you can see it running between the trees, but no cover.
Okay. Is it my turn?
Well, no, I'm saying they can't see it. So I'm just going to give you a free action at it while it's running.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know if we were still doing initiative, like if it's my turn.
I think you would have been next anyways, dude.
Okay.
Top of the order.
Yeah, actually, that's true.
Yeah, because
you would've been next
the one's
anyway,
sleeping and.
Yep. Thanks, Pat. Yeah, that you were next anyway. So go ahead and.
Okay. I'm going to cast Firebolt at it.
Okay.
It's got 120 foot range, so I don't really even have to move. So let's go ahead and roll it. Come on. Oh, and nat 20.
Oh,
All right. Time to die. There we go. Come on now. That's 17 points of damage.
17?
Our team is red hot.
Dude.
Oh,
Holy
so you fire it, and it basically like tumbles to the ground, and you think it's dead, but it gets up and it keeps running.
What the? They
And it's
can't
like-
do that. They
limping
can't do
away, but
shit.
it's running.
It's where it is.
And it bails off behind a group of trees into the forest.
That's
He's
the way
one
it
hit
can't
point
do that. It's not his turn.
It had 18 hit points, dude.
Smoking.
That fucking thing.
So it's
That
running
thing
there,
can't
and
get up and run, man. It's not
so
his
near
turn.
death. I mean,
Well, technically,
technically, you could probably catch up to it.
Well, I couldn't do anything to it. What I'm saying is,
Well,
though,
all
is
right,
that you
whose
can't.
turn is it though? Is this a reaction? Was this the
Yeah, I mean,
reaction or?
That's the thing.
Right.
So
It's still my
sorry,
turn.
yeah,
So like I hit it, but it can't do anything. It would have to be like its turn then to move away from me. So
Right, but it can only move on this turn, right? It's distance,
Yeah,
right?
so
yeah, this turn it's its turn. So yeah, that's all it can do on its turn. So
And you
so
got a
there's
reaction
something else he
shot
can
at
do.
it.
He can
right, yeah.
do something else.
Yeah, if you have something else you can do, great miss.
Well, that was a
Well,
reaction, right? I mean, is that?
well,
that
no,
was-
it was my
It's your turn now,
it was
right?
my
It's his
turn.
turn.
Yeah.
Oh,
So it
got it.
moved 30 feet on its turn, and then it was
Ah.
my turn, and then I cast firebolt at it,
All
and
right,
then
sorry,
hit
I
it.
got confused. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right, man. So no, there's not really anything I can do. I'm just gonna kind of move, closer to mob 2 here. I'll just stand like 15 feet away from it. The sleeping one.
Okay. You're gonna let so the other one. I'm sorry. It can't. It can.
It took its movement on its turn.
It did.
Yeah, it
And
took
now-
its turn.
Now next initiative was Gray Mist. Actually, Ruatha.
Ruatha. So it's about. I think it's going to be roughly about 50 feet away from
Mhm.
you, Gramus, right?
Yeah, it was 50 feet. Yeah, 50 feet away from where I was, my former position. So
Because it didn't on this. Yeah. Well, so it moved. It moved.
It's about 45 feet away from.
yeah, like Ruatha could move
Ruatha can
closer
move
to it.
Yeah,
and
so
fire.
Ruatha, you can move into position and see it running through the trees. They're basically limping.
Let me ask you this: if I use my all right, can I run 30 feet and then use a bonus action, use Blessing of the Raven Queen, and then teleport right next to it and attack it then?
Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't see any reason why you couldn't unless
All right,
because
so
you can.
Ruatha just goes into a sprint and he jumps over poor Herbert's or.
Poor Herbert.
And once I
No.
reach like at 30 feet, I use a bonus action, use Blessing of the Raven Queen, and teleport right next to him. And like a black cloud of smoke, I appear and I just strike.
Oh, you're going to deal deadly death.
25.
Oh.
All right, man.
Oh.
So hang on, let me add all this up. I got a lot of
It
stuff
doesn't matter
going
because
on
that thing's got 1 hit point.
Oh,
That's
nice.
what it told us.
Yeah, dude.
All right, yeah, it's got takes 14 damage right away.
And it just tumbles like just like you would imagine a cat tumbling with around and around.
Its head chopped off.
Really tumbling.
Yeah. So you've got this sleeping tabaxi sitting here in the middle of this glade, right next to this bonfire. Everyone else is dead, and you've got
Oh, dead.
Everyone is dead.
Those-
So I look and which of you two are like, how you guys doing?
I got fucked up some crossbow bullets sticking out of my neck.
Yeah, I'm down. I got a max of 32. I'm down to 19. So
Yeah, I'm at
I got
23 out of
potions,
38.
But I assume we're probably going to rest at the inn after this. So
yeah.
Okay.
You were going to spend the night at the inn, definitely.
All right,
You have to
so.
wait for the Lord.
Can we grab these the little trinkets that they had for sale before the
Yeah.
ambushed us?
Fuck yeah, we are.
So here's what you got here. So
Sleepy. We're gonna tie up Sleepy. I guess I would like to say I'm sorry, Mike. I would just like to say it's like I yell out to Gregor. It's like should we take this sleeping one and remand it to the law in this town?
Yes, I think that's exactly what we need to do with this thing. Maybe we'll ask it some of our own questions though too.
That's fine with me.
I'm sure one of us can intimidate it.
Oh,
Okay, so
I'm quite good at intimidation.
you're gonna wait.
You look like it.
You're gonna wait for it to awaken here.
We're gonna tie it up,
Tie it up.
Yeah,
and then,
ties
we'll,
us up.
we'll ask it some questions out here before we
All right.
go into the end.
So you got it hog tied, and so here's what you got. The oil that she was using is a version of oil of sharpness. It has 3 applications left.
Oh, that's cool.
When it's applied to a blade, you get +1 on the next 3 attacks until it wears off, and damage. And it's got 3 applications. Okay. And
does it go away if you miss?
No, it does not.
Okay.
So that's why it's a variation of the oil of sharpness.
Oh,
not
that's cool.
oil of
Okay,
sharpness.
that's cool.
And then the box of treats, you've got 3 marbles that you can roll up to 30 feet and they explode for 1d4 damage. There's a +1 dart and a potion of animal handling and a potion of water breathing.
Why don't you give Grey Mist the dart?
Sounds good.
And then I don't know what you want to do with the marbles.
Well,
It
I
would
got a
seem
bunch
like
of ball bearings too that I got in my bag
there
of
you go.
tricks. But I don't have to have those. If you want to give Grey Mist some little toys like to help her with stuff, I don't know if it's
Yeah,
better.
I would think the marbles would probably benefit her the most.
Right.
But also Ruatha, you might want to, like, instead of taking a crossbow shot, you may want to throw a marble too. So, why don't you take like 2 of them and I'll take 1, or I'll take 2 and you take 1.
What was
All right.
the
I always Rotha likes to have little bags of tricks up his sleeve.
Animal handling.
animal handling?
Yeah, animal handling. I mean, I've got a good nature check, but I think animal handling is animal handling. So, and I'm not going to be handling any animals. I'm a bookworm. So,
Well, we'll keep that one for whenever.
Yeah,
No,
maybe
that's
we may need. So we don't need to worry about bringing those horses and caravan anymore else.
No, the guards took that away.
Oh, okay.
Over, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, let's just keep that like in a party inventory where we can all get it, I guess.
Yeah, because that's kind of a per incident kind of use. You know what I mean? Like a
Right.
Okay, so you have this tabaxi. It's now has woken up and it's hogtied, and you're about 100 yards or so from the inn in this glade. What are you gonna do?
I'm going to sit on a log and watch Gregor interrogate this fucking thing. I'm just going to kind of look through my book and sort of look at it and just smile as Gregor intimidates it.
And as soon as it wakes up, it's just hissing at you.
I have 2 types of channel divinities. One is where it's this guided strike where I can add +10. The other one is called a conquering presence, where I can throw out like a frightening spell within 30 feet. I mean, people got to save, but I can frighten people within 30 feet of me. But I've already used my channel.
Yeah, I would think that a tied up tabaxi.
So I'm just going to use
3 enemies.
Good old fashioned intimidation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to give you advantage on it because it looked around and it saw the bodies of its friends, and its nose it's in dire straits.
So yeah, I go first. What is your name?
Cliko.
Cliko. And do you do this often to travelers? Well, I guess you won't be doing it anymore, though, will you?
So roll with advantage. Yeah. You know what? No, don't even do it. You're intimidating it. This tabaxi is pretty unafraid of death, and it's just saying, "To hell with you."
To hell with me, huh?
No, don't say that to him. Don't say that. To him.
It may not be afraid of death, but how about life in a prison cell? No freedom for you, huh?
It's just what these tabaxis are. They're just thugs. They're just total thugs.
I get it. So, yeah, you will stand trial for what you have done. And to hell with me, I have been to hell, and I've returned.
Oh,
I am from Elturel, the city of Elturel. So I have seen things you cannot imagine.
ooh, hearing this, Gray Mist's eyes just like get real
Do
wide.
not
Like, oh,
try to intimidate me.
And it says, it looks at you right in your eyes and squints its eyes, and it says, I don't care if you're from the sun, this human scum.
time to give this thing a rough ride back to town.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't. It's just a ruffian. I don't think it's going to give us any information. I do ask it if it's ever heard of Grell Cook. Have you ever heard of this word before? This name?
Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
So I grab it around its throat and I just squeeze, not to kill it, but just squeeze it so it can't breathe.
Squeeze and squeeze.
And as you squeeze it, just with its last breath before you start almost choking it out, it says, kill me.
And then I just let off. And then we just drag it inside, and we're gonna just throw it to the
This is
to the officials.
These guys,
Let the local constabulary deal with this.
they're pretty evil.
Rabble.
Okay, so you come back towards the inn, and the inn is not a lot of time has passed. There's still people in the inn, and the proprietor is just standing out there as he just does in the night, and he sees you come up. And you guys haven't fully healed yourselves or anything, have you? Yeah.
No.
He sees you with the tabaxi, and it's tied up, and he sees you guys have been. He goes, "What on earth has happened?"
And I'm dragging it behind me, and then I just throw it at his feet. And I go, "Do these things constantly come into your inn? Is this a frequent thing that happens? You allow this to occur?"
And as you say that, one of the guards on horseback comes running up too. He kind of comes clamping up on his horse. He says, "What has happened?" And the proprietor says, was this creature part of this tabaxi that was in our inn?"
Go look. You'll see the devastation that we
Where?
walk about 20 feet that way, sir. You will see
What's there now?
death.
Did you
We
kill
have
them?
killed them all.
And he immediately turns and he goes, and he whistles, and he gets a couple people to his attention, and he whispers to them, and they go running off, and they go to check. He says, "My goodness, we didn't know who this tabaxi was. She came in here, and well, we thought she was just another patron, but she was acting oddly. We thought maybe something was suspicious with her. We weren't certain. Thank you for taking care of these criminals. My gosh, I can't believe it."
Well, I'm glad we were able to put them to rest.
Been too many fights here. And he looks at the guards. He says, "Guards, there's something to be done about these creatures who come here." And the guard looks at you and he says, "You've done well. We appreciate you taking care of these criminals." And he gets off his horse. He says, "I will see that this creature is imprisoned."
Good.
Yes. Don't execute it. Deny it its freedom. That's the way you can punish it the most.
And he kind of manhandles it. He just grabs it. He's manhandling the shit out of this cat, and he whistles to another dog. Yeah, and he calls over another guard, and the guard just rips it up and puts him on the back of his horse, and he gallops off, kind of in the opposite direction. You assume he's bringing him to another place where other guards are. And the proprietor turns to you and says, "My gosh, I'm so sorry. We are grateful once again for what you've done. Please come and rest and take a drink and heal yourselves." We'll be safe here. We will make sure the guards let no one else in for the night.
Yes.
And he says the emissary will be here in the morning. Please rest.
Excellent.
And now there's like 3 guards that are just standing out front. They're on horseback, just all in front of the door of the inn. And the proprietors or the guests are starting to leave now, realizing that something weird has happened. They're all just kind of funneling out. And okay, so here's what I'd like to do. So it is 12. So I'll play out the Lord coming, and then maybe we can just get to the start of the next place. And I mean, obviously, we're not going to. There's no way. I mean, this is the next fight is the big one. So
it always takes longer than you think, dude.
yeah, absolutely. I knew it kind of would, so it was expected. But so you rest up. You guys are all rested. And
yeah, part of what I'm going to do when we rest is I'm going to do my find familiar ritual and bring back Abbott.
Yeah, describe whatever you want to do for your rests, or do whatever you want to do. You took a full rest, and when you come down in the morning, the inn is empty. It hasn't opened yet. You can see out the window there's still guards who are mounted and just out in front. And sure enough, the proprietor comes in and says, "The emissary has arrived." And you look out, you walk outside, and there's a carriage with 2 horses carrying the carriage. And there's curtains in the carriage, and the guards say, "Please, the Lord is here." And you're surprised that the Lord himself has come, and he's in this elaborate carriage, and you see his hand come out of the curtains. You don't see his face, and he waves you into the carriage. And what do? You're going to go into the carriage?
Why not? Yeah.
1,500 smackaroos.
Smackaroos! Give me the smackaroos!
Hand it over, Lord.
So you go. So you.
Give us our gold.
A guard opens the carriage door, and you all 3 of you walk into this. It's a pretty big, elaborate carriage, and the inside of it is beautiful. And on one side there's a bench, and another side there's a bench where all 3 of you can just barely fit. And you meet with Lord Tarnruth, and he has a guard next to him in the carriage. And he says, "Well met, adventurers. You have done a great deed to escort our caravan to this area. It is extremely important to this land. This is a trading land. It is basically a large trade post. And what you've done has helped the economy of the local land and the people here. I'm grateful." And just as he's saying that, a guard walks up to the side of the carriage and kind of taps on it, and the Lord leans in and he starts whispering to him. And he's looking at you. Oh my gosh. You've rid the place of criminals. There have been many here, many raids that are happening around the land. He says, in fact, recently. Oh, by the way, so he hands you, his guard hands you a sack of gold. 1,500 gold.
Oh, yeah.
And he says, again, thank you. And he says, I have another request. You are brave and you are strong. There are raids around our lands. The innocent are being slaughtered in the midst of night. I would send my own combat units, but we are weary of battle, fending off invaders on the borders of the east and west part of our region. We need your help. For this, and he says to you, he says, there have been raids in the middle of the night around the various villages. We believe they're hobgoblin war tribes. And we said the House of Opal, which is an important, critical landmark in this region, suffered a night raid. 3 of our wizard apprentices, who are very close to me, were kidnapped, along with an important relic, a magical relic that must be found. It is ancient, and it is important to the people of our land. We request your strength and your valor once more. If you can find this tribe, find our apprentices, and locate this relic, you will be greatly awarded far more than you were for delivering this caravan. In fact, you'll be rewarded to the such, which will certainly significantly increase your standard of living. Will you accept this quest of sacrifice to help the people of this land?
Of course.
I nod my head and give him a thumbs up.
And he smiles and says, "You are brave men." And he says, "You must go see Arcanus at the Opal House. The Opal House is 20 miles west of here, directly down the road." And he points to the main road that leads off from the inn in the other direction. And he says, "Arcanus will tell you more about what has happened, and it is he who will reward you. But I must warn you, adventurers, this is a dangerous tribe. They are strong. And again, my humble thanks and gratitude. It means more than you know. Go and see Arcanus at the Opal House." So he really can't give you too much. He's just the Lord. He's not directly involved in all of this, but it's so important to him, the relic in particular, that he came himself to greet you. And he really has nothing else to say. You have to get the rest of the information from Arcanus in the Opal House. And unless you have any other questions, but he really doesn't know much about the tribe. But if you want to ask,
I don't ask them this directly, but are we going to be paid for this, or does he want us to do this as a favor?
No. He said Arcanus is going to tell you more, and he will be the one to pay you.
Oh.
Arcanus is the head of the Opal House, which is a court of. It's an elven court, actually, a court of Twilight. And the Opal House is a very important landmark and historical place in this area. And he can tell you that it's basically a giant archive of relics and books and artifacts.
Oh, Graymus is very interested in this.
Yeah, you are very interested in this, Graymus. You find the whole thing fascinating, and definitely some place that you're anxious to see. And so, unless you have any other questions for the Lord, he can tell you things about the land or about him or about people, but that's it, really.
Excellent. Well, we'll certainly be hired blades for the Lord once again.
And he says, "You are brave warriors. The people of this land thank you more than you know, and you will be rewarded greatly."
I wish to explore these archives. Knowledge is power.
Indeed it is. Go and see Arcanus. So, okay, so you exit the carriage, and you guys are all rested, and they give you the mounts that you rode to the Rogworst Keep, and you can do whatever you want, but you can head right over to the Opal House, 20 miles from here.
That sounds like a plan. I don't have any other questions to ask.
Do we still have horses, or are we hoofing it on foot?
No, they're giving you they give you the horses. They say they are yours, even though all the horses were actually part of the caravan to be delivered, but they're going to give you 3 horses.
All right, excellent.
So you got horseback and the carriage. The Lord carriage. It begins to drive off, and about 4 guards follow it, and it goes off into the distance. And yeah, so you guys are going to head over to the Opal House.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the Opal. Let me ask you a question. So the Opal House, is it like? Is it like? Just like a structure for learning? I mean, is there like or is it like a lord? Like, is this castle, or is it?
Well,
I mean, what exactly is the Opal House? Is it a place of learning, or?
Yeah. So I'll say that you asked Lord Tarnruth that, and he said the Opal House is an ancient historical landmark and a house of twilight, the court of twilight, that is occupied by elven wizards who are gloaming fae elves, and they're kind of darker minded elves, but they're not evil or but they're just the court of twilight, he tells you, is a court of elves that practice magic, and they kind of worship the stars, the moon. They worship. They prefer to be outside at night and in twilight. And it is an archive of books about the arcane, about warlock magic, about wizardry, and about history. And it's an archive.
Let's write down Gray Miss Sally. That's what she likes.
And he says it's basically a house. It's kind of a large house that exists in a small village, a beautiful small village, 20 miles west of here.
Nice.
Okay.
That's what he tells you.
So, we'll definitely check it out.
Absolutely.
All right. So you ride off, and you go and you knock on and you arrive at the Opal House, and you see it's kind of an interesting place. It's let me see. Second. Okay, I don't, but it's basically it's like it looks like an elven chalet. It's old. It has stained glass windows, and I'll say you arrive there. It's also kind of late afternoon. It's getting close to early evening, and it's a large chalet house. Stained glass windows. It has purple and green ivy growing along its walls, and it's surrounded by several other small homes in this small village. And there are also guards that are in this village and out front of the Opal House, mounted guards that look very much like the ones you just saw. And you approach, and the guards say, "Have you been sent by Lord Tarnruth?"
We are here to see Arcanus.
What are your names?
I am Ruatha.
I'm
Gray Mist.
I bow.
And I don't think we need an introduction for Lord Gregor.
Lord Gregor Clegane, the mountain,
And
his legend.
And he gets off of his horse, and he kind of cordially greets you. He doesn't shake your hand, but he kind of bows. He walks towards the door, and he knocks on it. and an elven woman opens the door. He says something to her, and he moves out of the way, and he extends his arm and says, "Come, enter." And when you walk in, there's a little corridor, and the elven woman bows her head to you, and you walk into the foyer of this house, and the first thing you notice is that it is unbelievably beautiful. It's just wood carved all throughout the interior. There's 2 suits of golden plated armor on either side of this foyer that look like full suits of armor that are suspended, and the place is just beautiful. And she says, I will tell Arcanus you've arrived. Would you like some tea?" She asks you if you want tea.
Absolutely. I'd be happy to have a
Tea
cup of
sounds
tea.
nice. Some
Okay.
crumpets.
And she bows her head, and she walks off, and she goes up some steps to the second floor. And as you walk in, this place is just unbelievably beautiful, and you see rows and rows of bookshelves.
Oh,
And
give me the books.
there's about 12 rows of bookshelves that are about 8 to 10 feet high. And there's ladders that are on each side of each row. The ladders can be moved to the left and right. And towards the end of the main floor, you see a huge fireplace that's lit. And the place is just beautiful. And you're waiting for Arcanus, and he comes down, and
It's taking everything I can do not to like immediately go over to these books and start looking over them.
Gramus, you're just blown away by what you see. You're just fascinated. And there's incense burning. There's sconces on the wall, and this is what Arcanus looks like. And he comes down, and he's very subdued. Let me show you what he looks like. You guys looking?
There's
Yeah.
a slight light on it.
Yep,
Nice,
I see
okay.
it. Yep. Oh,
Oh, good. Oh, yeah,
he's
now.
got a third eye.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
he's got
Just like
red.
Frapnap.
I go, don't,
He's got,
I say, don't look at his eye.
Don't look at his
he
third
has
eye.
And I totally take that to heart. I'm like, why? What's wrong with it? Will it possess me?
I give Gregor like a elbow in the ribs, like, come on, be quiet.
and he is a pale looking elf, and he's very subdued. He has incredibly unusual red tattoos all over his face. One of them is an eye in the center of his forehead, and his hands are in his shawl, and he comes down. And he looks very regal and sophisticated, and he is in fact a very powerful wizard. And he says, "Greetings. I've been told that you have been sent by Lord Tarnruth. Please come sit." And there's a wooden round table in the middle of this main floor, among the bookshelves. And he says, and the woman comes and brings tea, and he sits down with you, and he says, "Thank you for coming. We are pleased that you have come to help us. 2 nights ago, we suffered a terrible raid in the middle of the night. I was not here. The place was invaded. 3 of our apprentices were kidnapped. We know not what has happened to them. And one of the most important relics of our collection has been stolen. The tome of Yol."
The tome of
And he
what?
says,
Sorry, why?
Yol.
Yol, like
Oh, Yol.
It is spelled EOL.
Yol, just like old Yol.
And he says the region has been suffering raids by hobgoblins, orcs. And he looks at you, Grey Mist, and he kind of raises an eyebrow, and he looks back, and realizing, of course, that you're half orc, and he says, typically, hobgoblins are savage beasts. They are strong, but certainly there must be one among them who is intelligent. For most stupid hobgoblins would not know the value of this relic. So there must be one among them who is intelligent, and perhaps even a wizard or a magic user. They came in the middle of the night. They killed several and kidnapped 3 young and very three young elven wizards who had great potential and were important to the Lord himself. They were training under his guard. They were going to work for the Lord personally. But the relic is one of the most important ancient relics of our collection, and it is an important piece of elven history. It must be retrieved. The battle units of the Lord have been spread thin, fighting battles of the east and the west. You go on a great. You will be called upon for a mission of great valor. Certainly, sacrifices. It could be greatly dangerous. Sipping the tea. You guys are all sipping the tea. He says, "You will be paid," and he reaches into his thing and his big fat sack, and he puts it on the table.
His fat sack, man. He's
It's a
got a big fat sack.
big
He lays
leather
it on the
bag.
table.
And he opens it, and he lets you look into it, and it's filled with black and purple gemstones.
Ooh.
And he says the value is easily 5,000, perhaps
I spit my tea out.
6,000 gold.
Yeah.
And he says, this will be yours upon your return. And he says, it is our greatest hope the apprentices are alive, although we fear that may not be the case. And please find this relic. He says, if you fail to find the relic, we can grant you half of the reward. At the very least, you'll be able to tell us what you found. Now, we know that the hobgoblin war tribe has also suffered casualties. And they were last seen on the road near the crossroads. Down here, 1 second. They were last seen at the crossroads towards Elgarest. It's a likely place where they will be found. We believe they are there. And he says, prepare yourselves well. Here, and he gives you several things. He gives you each 2 potions of greater healing.
Oh. Okay, I'll take that.
And he gives
now.
And he gives you, Grey Mist, a scroll of lightning bolt.
Oh, I'll be writing that in my spell book.
And he says, it's all that I can give now, for if they have stolen many of our goods, they have not yet been replaced. What questions do you have?
This tribe of hobgoblins. Have you? Is this a recent development, or has this tribe conducted raids before and only now has decided to invade the House of Opal? I mean, taking apprentices, and as you said, you think that one of them is more intelligent than the rest, because obviously hobgoblins don't typically have much of an interest in magic, and they're not exactly the smartest folks you might run into. Is this new? Are they new to the region, or have they been raiding for some time?
He says, all around the land in the last month or so, the last moon, particularly near Inverness, there have been night raids. People being murdered in the night, and houses and dwellings being robbed. Some of them are, and he kind of looks at you and raises an eyebrow, are orcs, while others are hobgoblins. And they have just come about in the last moon and have been raising hell all around the lands and murdering innocent people. And we believe that they kidnapped the apprentices as a means of ransom. But we are not certain.
The murders. May I ask, are there any religious aspects to the murders? Any signs besides just murdering at random? Is there a purpose behind these murders, or do they appear like just typical hobgoblin behavior?
He says, typical hobgoblins, lawful evil nature, killing for joy and for pillaging and plunder.
And no offense, my lord, but I'm a half orc. I'm not full orc.
I can tell this, yes. You look like a good woman. So he knows you're
Even
with
for being a half orc.
He says, at this point, I have no reason to doubt you.
I'm glad to hear it.
And he says, if you succeed, please come and browse our collection. It is vast. Perhaps there are many spells you could learn.
That is an invitation I will gladly take you up on.
And so you've seen, so that's really it. And yeah, if you have any other questions, he's pretty much told you what you need to know. He's given you what he can. He also gave you rations and things like that just to be fully prepared. And he says it's about, he believes that the last time they were seen, is at this crossroads, near the crossroads in camp. And it's about 30 miles from here. But he doesn't know for sure if they're there. He does tell you, he says, I cannot be sure that they're there. Because if you do not find them there, then perhaps they have left the area. But I do suggest you search around and see what you find. And please.
Is it a war band? Are we
Yes.
talking 20 to 200 or?
He said that it's a small war tribe, but their numbers have been depleted because of some of them have been being killed in these raids themselves.
A little over aggressive.
He said they're very aggressive, very evil, and but he says they are strong. They pretty much overrun almost anyone that they've encountered. But they've taken casualties. So he believes that their numbers have thinned quite a bit. And he says the recent tribe that was seen at the crossroads near Elgareth was a fairly small group.
May I ask, the tome of Yol, what is its purpose?
And he says, the The tome of Yol contains ancient incantations that are sought after by even the greatest of elven wizards. Some magic that no wizard has even learned. It is also a document of elven warlock history, and it tells of magic of the moon and the stars, and perhaps the universe itself. The book is extremely complex. I myself have never fully understood it.
Elven warlocks. It seems unusual. To your warlocks, warlocks generally have a patron. What types of patrons do warlocks in the House of Opal get their power from?
And he says, our warlock magic is very unusual, for we are gloaming fae. And he says that the warlock magic is does it have to be one of the patrons? I mean, can it
It
Well,
could be
a
a Fey
warlock,
patron. It could be a
yeah, it
Yeah.
could
Fey
be a Fey
patron.
patron,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, so
so so it,
they could get their power from a powerful Fey. It doesn't have to be a
yeah,
god.
and
No.
and the so he says it's gloaming fae as I described them. They're dark minded. They kind of they really are. They worship and almost worship, and they're fascinated by the moon, the stars, the universe, um, uh, the multiverse, and
I guess I was wondering whether their patrons are generally like the Seelie Fae or the Unseelie Fae. Like, do they
yeah,
worship are their patrons the darker side of the
yeah,
Fae?
yeah. They would be unseelie. They're just they're really unusual, and they are seen by other fae as they're not seen as unsavory, but they're just odd. They see them as odd,
Mm.
but they also know that they're highly intelligent. Just like all other magic using elves, and but they practice strange things. They're almost paganistic, because they don't really worship gods in that same way. Their patron is more of like a spirit of the stars and the moon and of the multiverse,
Mm.
and that makes them very unusual. And that's why the writings in the Tome of Yol are just unusual and rare, and really extremely important in the context of Elven history.
Okay.
So, I think it's to say a patron, it'd be like a Fey patron that's more like a pagan patron that is connected to the moon and the stars.
Definitely sounds cool. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Definitely a
that's
fade.
really interesting. Yeah.
I am also of the Warlock school, but I did not. My patron is not a Fey patron.
Interesting. Yes, you do look like an interesting individual, Robert. Um, so yeah, and you can just tell by looking at him. Yeah, it just looks so unusual.
So, Arcanis, we were, well, I guess we had found a group of females, one of them pretending or maybe was a soothsayer. And we caused them no harm, they caused us no harm. But there was one name that one of them mentioned that maybe you would know. I don't know if this is related to what we're doing here or not, but the name of Grell Cook was mentioned by this witch. Does that have any meaning to you?
And he rubs his chin. Grell Cook. I do not know this name. What else did she tell you?
She told me a few things that I'd already known about myself that I wish not to share. She told us each something that, whether it's the truth or not, I don't know.
And he says, did what she tell you happen? And when he says that,
in my case, it did.
and when he says that, the elven woman who answered the door comes walking into the foyer, into the room, and she has a black leopard on a chain, and she walks it past you onto a red rug, and she chains it to the wall. But he says to you again, is what she said, has anything she said happened?
She was wrong about me. She insisted I was a druid, which is laughable.
What she told me of myself does have truth. She would not, no one else would have known this. Not even my friends here know all of my past. So I must admit that there was some truth to her predictions.
He says, soothsayer. He says, the pagan soothsayers are often wrong. But I believe at times they're correct. But I have no experience myself. So make of it what you will. He says again, he says, are you sure that what she told you hasn't come to fruition? Do you remember what she said?
I remember what she said of myself.
Do any of you remember what she said?
She said I was a druid.
She smelled blood in the air, and then she did mention that name.
She said several things. Grey Mist, give me an investigation check.
Oh, it would be a 25.
Whoa.
You rolled a 25.
Jeez.
Yes.
So you're kind of recollecting the soothsayer, and you remember her chanting. And she said, creatures on the prowl, and one in chains.
I look at the leopard or the panther.
And she said, searching. There is confusion. Searching. And she also said, within the fires that feed you. And you remember what she chanted. And now think about that.
She has made predictions that have come true. I am not one to believe in such things, but I cannot deny it. The warm hearth, we just left a warm hearth. Creature in chains.
She said creatures on the prowl.
Creatures on the prowl.
And one in chains.
One in chains.
She's a hedge wizard.
So,
probably asks for a piece of gold and tells you what you want to hear.
Grey Mist, you put it together that creatures on the prowl, and Grey Mist points to the leopard in chains. They're both cats. The cats were on the prowl. That attacked you.
Predicted encounter.
So some of what you said was true. You were right. She was incorrect about what you were, Greatness. Got it wrong. Okay. So I think we're gonna end it here, man. Right? It's about 1:45. So you, I don't think we won't come back and continue this. What do you want me? Do you want me to just tell you what, like, everything that happened? Like, what do you want you guys want to do?
What do you mean?
What do you
no,
want?
I mean we're
Continue it another
well,
night.
Well, yeah, dude, we got to continue.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you wanted to. I mean, when, because Sean will be back. I mean, I don't care when.
He's gone for a little bit.
Oh, that's right. He's got.
he's gonna be gone for another
Okay.
month. So
All right, then we'll pick it up next time. Great. Yeah. That'd be great.
No, hey, look, like you did a great job tonight.
Yeah,
I mean,
that was good, dude.
you really did.
Yeah,
I
dude.
mean, you know,
Thank you.
a lot of lore, a lot of the combat was great. I mean, you did a fantastic job, dude.
Really appreciate it.
You really did.
It sounds
know?
like you guys kind of enjoyed it, and that's what's most important.
But that's
No,
what you said. Do we want to just end it?
Well,
I know Rob and Roy are the same way. We're like,
Yeah.
no,
Okay.
man, let's,
Sorry, that's super common, I guess.
let's play again, man.
Yeah, we,
Yeah.
absolutely, yeah. Let's do it again next week. I mean, I'm having a great time. This is
Awesome.
this is a lot of fun. It was a great combat, and you got a lot of lore in this, and you did a great job, Mike.
That was good. Real good.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Okay.
You know what's funny is the three of us, we haven't played together.
No, yeah, we
Right.
never have.
Right.
Right. I mean, this is like you finally popped your cherry tonight. Congratulations, man. You're no longer a virgin. So,
How did it go for you, Lai? Was it harder or easier than you thought?
I think everything for me went great, except the combat. I was definitely fidgeting and taking a little more time than I wanted to, but and I missed a couple things. Like, for example, I'll just throw this out there: the necrosadist, she could have revived one of the tabaxi. But I missed that.
That always happens, though.
It always happens. And the other thing too, Mike, is
she could have revived him for 30 points, hit points.
Yeah, I mean,
that was pretty tough, though. Those guys, I was a little worried there.
No, and look, that was, I mean, it was a really challenging combat. It didn't, it forced me, this is the first time I played a wizard. So it forced me to really take a look at all this stuff that I could do. But, the one thing I would tell you is that a lot of times you think things are going to run a lot faster than they will. I mean, that's always my problem. It's I always think things that are going to take a half hour end up taking an hour and a half.
Yeah.
And it's just, it's just nature of it.
Consider that when I suggested the group initiative, it was for that reason. I knew that it would be easier for me. It would make things go a little. That's really one of the big reasons why I wanted to try that out. It's fine that we didn't. I love this. This is great. But that was one of the reasons why, because I knew it would take me a while, to do it traditionally. But I think it went well. I mean, I do. I think it went well. I mean,
it does.
Group
initiative. Look, I think group initiative would work if you were dealing with say we're facing I always think Roser's thing, when we were facing 100 goblins or whatever, where I so intelligently threw all the people in the compound in the middle of the compound, they all got fucking slaughtered. Yeah. I'm like, oh yeah, here's my brilliant tactics, and I got them all killed. So. Yeah. So that sort of thing where you're having groups go on one turn, then that makes sense. But if you would have done group combat tonight with all the tabaxi get to go first and then all of us get to go next, it could easily result in a TPK on either side. And that's the problem with the group initiative thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's risks involved with it. It's all right. At some point, Pat and I will try it, or Pat, me, and Sean will try it. We'll let you guys know. I mean, we'll try it some point. But yeah, I mean, there are risks with it. It can go either way.
Well,
But
it's just that what I'm saying is that it doesn't matter because no matter how you roll initiative, everybody gets a turn.
sure.
So, so rolling one side then the next side, it's still everybody's still going to get a turn. So,
Yeah. Well,
I can understand why you want to try it, but I thought tonight, I thought tonight if you did group combat, I think that the combat would have gone very differently. You know,
possibly.
because we could have gotten slaughtered by all of them.
Yeah, but yeah, you could have also kicked the shit. I mean,
Exactly
it
right.
also went well.
It can go both ways.
So here,
Yeah.
I think it went well. What I'm most happy about, honestly, is that you like the material.
The lore is great,
Yeah,
Mike.
you told a great story.
Yeah, the lore, the
really
story,
good.
the
I like the way you
lore.
tied it together too, from that soothsayer now coming back. And
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
This is extracted from Shadow Grove, so I changed it around because I didn't want it to be when you guys go through that. But I just took this out of Shadow Grove.
Oh, that's cool, man.
No, it's awesome.
So I'm really happy
Mike.
that you like the material. That's great.
No, it's great. The lore. I mean, the lore that you've created is really, really cool.
Thanks, man.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, let's.
And we all like. I mean, this is the thing. We like the role playing. We like the lore. We like getting into conversations about what's going on.
Yeah.
None of us really know each other at this point. You didn't start it out with like you all meet in an inn and you all talk about like, okay, here's I'm so and so, and like it's an introduction at like a speed dating seminar.
Right.
Yeah.
So everybody here has their own thing going on. We don't really know each other that well. But the lore is fantastic, Lai. It really is.
No, that's what I'm really, really happy about. And just so you know, if you guys go through Shadow Grove, it's going to be a little different. If you get to this location, you may not.
No, we want to do Shadow Grove. I mean,
I know. But I'm saying if you get to this location in it will seem familiar. But I'll change it. I changed it around a little bit. The other thing too, I just want to mention is at the beginning, I didn't know how it was going to go, but I wanted to try to do 3 skill challenges for you guys. That's what the hell I found in the thing.
I was one of those. Yeah, I was
and trying to.
Yeah, I was kind of like where I texted Rose like this is like a Little House in the Prairie simulator.
It was just to try and throw a skill challenge at each one of you guys. That's all that was. But I realized it was kind of a little weird. But
well, no, it's what I was thinking when you were doing it. I was thinking about when I made the horrible mistake in Avernus, having you go and get Billiam, and it's like, oh no, I need you to get me some feathers, and then I need you to get me some nuts out of a tree, and all that stuff. So it was kind of like that. I'm like, yeah, I've been through this before. It's like I know how it goes,
Right on. All right, guys.
All right, man.
So let's.
All right, no.
I look forward to it.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mike. I mean, that was a lot of fun.
Whenever you want to go again,
enjoyed it.
we're good.
Okay. All right, guys.
All right, see you, fellas.
See ya.
All right.
Bye.
I recorded this, so I'll put it up on YouTube.
All right, cool.
Oh, cool. Awesome.
I'm gonna give you a call in a second, Rose.
All right. All right.
All right, see you guys.